That's what I meant, it's kind of, they're just building the data to be able to do the AI.
And then go back and think when they want to sell it, to say, take care of.
Cindy,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I have an important question.
Yeah.
On the committee, my committee reports, a lot of what was going on wasn't what was in the meeting. What should I share?
What do you mean?
Well,
You mean the written report they told you to read?
yeah, but
Or
then
just
we've
say
got all
whatever
this
you
other
want.
activity and people are kind of going, what's going on?
What other activity?
Well, there's going back and forth.
I think that's going to get presented under.
Just leave it out. I'll just
Yeah, that
report
it's
the
going to
committee.
get reported under Tom.
Okay.
Yeah. And then you can weigh in on it. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to ask my colleagues
Recording
who are
in
in the building.
progress.
We're being good. Okay. I'm going to ask my colleagues who are in the building to please take their seats so we can begin our meeting. And I'm just going to remind everyone as they're coming up that we have a very full agenda. So I'll be asking for my colleagues and the public's collaboration in getting us through this meeting. So I'm going to ask that I'm going to call the meeting to order. And this is our April 4th VTA Board of Directors meeting. And a few things I just want to remind you, please be aware of the nearest exit to you. And the nearest AED is actually is by the public table in the back of the chambers. Restrooms are outside the double doors and by the reception area, so that would be all to the left as you step out. And in the unlikely event we need to evacuate, our assembly area is in the plaza out in front, where most of you entered. I would like to welcome members of the public who joined us tonight, and I'm also very excited to see so many of our staff here. For those of you who would like to address the board, you're encouraged to complete a blue speaker card, and those are at the public information table in back. Which table is that? All right, let's get some waving hands. Where are the blue cards? All the way in back? All right, thanks, Harry. Virtual attendees can use the raise hand function in Zoom or press *9 if you're dialing in. We'll be inviting those who attend in person to speak first. Colleagues, I'll just remind you to keep the mics muted until you are called upon, as we have gremlins in this room. So with that, I'm going to ask for a roll call from Elaine.
Abikoga, Blankley,
Here.
Burt, Cohen, Davis, okay, Dean, Foley, Jane,
Here.
Kamei, Lee,
Present.
Lee Eng, Mahan,
Here.
Montano,
Here.
Rennie, Rennie present, Torres,
Present?
Torres present, Turner, Lopez,
Here.
Chairperson Chavez,
Here. And I
and then
saw
I
that,
see Member Davis.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Colleagues, just as a reminder, this agenda is very packed, and one of the things I've requested of staff is that they give us the amount of time that they're going to use to present, so it creates an opportunity for those of you who are waiting to ask questions that you'll know when the presentation will be over. And I did ask the staff to make sure we're providing support to you, which is to show you the time. And if you would like us not to do that, you can do it on your phones. All right, with that, we're going to now go to orders of the day. Are there any changes to the agenda from staff or from my colleagues? Omar, you have your light on. Are you wanting to speak? Okay. No problem. Now, we're now moving to item 2, which is awards and, do I need an action on that since there was no change? Okay. We're now moving to awards and commendations. And this is an opportunity for us to recognize our amazing employees. And I'm going to turn it over to Sonia, who's our Chief People Officer, who will introduce them.
Good evening, Chair Chavez and members of the board. My name is Sonia Morrison. I'm the Chief People Officer for VTA. And it is my great privilege this evening to present the employee and the supervisor of the quarters for Q2 of 2024 already, if you can believe it. So first up, we have Melissa Canales. She is a management aide in the And her sister's here too. So she is a management aide in facilities maintenance and non-revenue vehicles. In the cars division in the administration, she is the cars division, and she is the administration award winner for the second quarter. Sorry about that. Canales has worked at VTA since 2020, initially as a janitor and a lead janitor before advancing into a current role in the 2023 as the management aide for the non-revenue vehicle cars desk at River Oaks. Her nominators note that she is passionate about her work and takes pride in providing stellar customer service to her peers and customers. Melissa is known to be warm, welcoming, and collaborative, in addition to being a role model employee for others. Congratulations, Melissa, the administration employee of the second quarter of 2024. David Howard is not with us this evening. He is a bus dispatcher in the North Division and is the Operations Award winner for the second quarter. He's been a diligent VTA employee since the year 2000, initially starting in bus operations before transiting in 2020 to dispatch. Congratulations to David. Sukhwinder Singh is here with family. He is a service mechanic in the North Division and the Maintenance Award winner for the second quarter of 2024. Sukhwinder has been a respected VTA employee since 2015 when he began his career as a bus operator trainee. Since then, he has advanced his career at VTA, transitioning in 2017 to light rail and most recently bus maintenance in 2022. His nominators and peers note that he is well known in North Division for his positive attitude and helpful demeanor. Sukhwinder is also recognized for his contributions as a strong team player, always volunteering to step in to cover staffing shortages, and his commitment to a job well done. Congratulations, Sukhwinder, maintenance employee of the second quarter of 2024. Thank you. And we have Walter Silvera, and family. He is the Transportation Supervisor in Operations Control Center, or OCC, in Light Rail. He is the Supervisor Award winner for the second quarter. Walter has been a dedicated VTA employee since 2011 when he started as a bus operator trainee. Walter continued his career at VTA, transitioning to a light rail operator role in 2012, a field supervisor role in 2016, and has been in his current role as a transportation supervisor since 2020. His nominators note that Walter is well respected by his peers, is a strong leader who engages others with his joyous and personable demeanor. He takes on additional responsibilities and has overcome significant challenges as he has supervised both service maintenance and transportation. Congratulations to Walter, Supervisor of the second quarter of 2024. Next, we have the retirement commendations this evening. And we have one person here with us, Ed Pasquale. So, Ed Pasquale is a principal construction inspector. He's here with his family tonight. Ed has exemplified exceptional dedication and leadership as both an employee and a supervisor. Renowned for his integrity and strong work ethic, Ed consistently went above and beyond, willingly assisting colleagues and undertaking additional tasks. His commitment to excellence earned him immense respect from co-workers and contractors alike, resulting in the successful completion of numerous projects within the construction group. Ed's positive attitude and passion for his work were infectious, leaving a lasting impact on all who had the privilege of working with him. As he embarks on a new chapter, Ed's contributions will be dearly missed, yet his legacy of professionalism and camaraderie will endure. He provided 26 years of distinguished service and was an asset to VTA. Congratulations, Ed. We have no other retirees that could join us tonight, but I do want to read out very briefly to recognize our dedicated employees. We have Erin Fuller, who is a human resources analyst. Erin's journey began with VTA, starting as a typist clerk in 1984. She steadily rose through the ranks, ultimately arriving in her role as an HR benefits analyst. She provided 39 years of distinguished service and was an asset to VTA. Congratulations, Erin. Stephen Hawkins, light rail operator. Stephen's impact at VTA extended far beyond his roles as a coach and light rail operator. His legacy of positivity and commitment will continue to inspire and benefit the light rail community for years to come. He provided 28 years of distinguished service. Congratulations, Stephen. Paul Perea, utility worker. Paul's unwavering dedication as a utility worker at VTA's River Oaks campus left an indelible mark on both the facility and its residents. Throughout his time at VTA, Paul's loyalty, humor, and tireless efforts were invaluable. He provided 27 years of distinguished service. Congratulations, Paul. Dinesh Shwarma, transit foreperson. Dinesh's 36 years tenure at VTA exemplified unwavering dedication and versatility. Throughout his career, he consistently offered support to colleagues in various departments, embodying the spirit of teamwork. Congratulations, Dinesh. That concludes my presentation this evening.
Thank you. I want to ask for another big round of applause. We know these are amazing. These really are amazing public servants, and when we get feedback on our service, it's because of all of you. So thank you, and I'm so glad you brought your families. That makes it even more special for all of us. Thank you. So let's. So our next agenda item, and I'll just say this to all the honorees, if unless you want to stay for the whole board meeting, you're not obligated to. We just wanted to say thank you to all of you. We're now going to go to public comment, and this is the portion of our meeting reserved for folks who want to speak to us about items that are within our purview but are not necessarily on the agenda or are not on the agenda. If you'd like to address the board, please turn in your blue card or raise your hand in Zoom. And speakers will have 1 minute to speak. So with that, I have one public comment card, and we'll ask James Whiteman if you would like to come forward, and then we'll see if there's anybody online. James, did you want to come forward? He's here. Where are my glasses?
Okay, once again, I just want to congratulate everybody who retired, and they did a nice job in working for you guys, and they did a nice job. Anyways, I was going over to the VTA Transit Center. I'd just like to thank every one of you for the happy March 18th Employee Appreciation Week. And I just want to thank Paul and Prague and everybody who works at the VTA downtown office. And when is light rail going to Eastridge? I was at a meeting here March 20th, 19th or 20th, I believe. So when is the date for Eastridge? And that's about it. Oh, also I was on light rail maybe March 26th or something, and this lady was screaming. I called the light rail operator. The security guard was at the Civic Center light rail station, telling her that she sorry.
Any speakers online?
Chair, we have no hands raised, but I'd like to note for the record that written public comment was submitted for this item, and it's included in the VTA's online portal and the agenda packet.
Thank you so much. We're going to close the public comment section. We're going to go to item 4, which is our public hearings. There are no public hearings today, so we're going to go to item 5. 5.1 are committee reports. And the first item, let me just see, we have reports for 5.1A, 5.1C, and 5.1D in our online packet. And 5.1B, our Policy Advisory Committee Chairperson's report will be provided by Morgan Hill Councilmember and PAC Chair Yvonne Martinez-Beltran.
Chair, this is Elaine. I do not see her in Zoom, but her report is in the packet.
Thank you. We'll move on to 5.1E. Pat Burt, who's the chair of our BART Silicon Valley Phase 2 Steering Committee, will provide a brief report.
Thank you. So we have a more full report in the packet, and we're also going to be hearing from Tom McGuire later when he gives his report on the BART Phase 2 on a number of overlapping items. An important upcoming aspect is that on April 19th at the board workshop, we're going to receive the update on the funding plan for Phase 2. And then you will see in the chair's report a whole series of committee requests for future meetings on a number of both in ways that we will have transparent public information and then substantive information that we have specifically asked for. And those are upcoming. The most immediate ones for the next meeting will be focusing on really a plan for responding to that list of about 10 different request areas and to review the risk assessment on finance-related risks. And then lastly, a couple of big things that from a transparency standpoint is all of the PMOC reports are now being uploaded to the website as soon as they're finalized. And as well as we did a review of all the FTA risk assessment results. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to move on to public comment. Are there any public comments on items 5.1?
And Chair, there are no hands raised over Zoom.
Thank you. I'm going to close the public comment. I'm going to see if there are any questions from my colleagues on these items. Seeing none, I'm going to move on to item 5.2. This is the general manager's report.
Good evening. So as Board Director Burt mentioned, I am excited to announce that we did officially submit our application to the Federal Transit Administration for New Start's entry into engineering for the BART Silicon Valley Phase 2, its final phase. And Tom McGuire, as we mentioned, will provide more information on this report. And this is truly a large milestone for this project. I want to recognize and thank some of the agency's staff and the consultants that were under the leadership of Krishna Davi. And Krishna actually was involved in getting the FFGA and helping me get the FFGA for Phase 1. There's Krishna right there in the audience there. So himself and Kevin Kurimoto and all the other rest of the team, their work has been critical in this process. So I want to thank them for everything they've done in helping us move towards an opening of the final phase of the BART Silicon Valley project. And I only have one other item, and it's actually a little bit exciting. So I'm proud to announce that for the second year in a row, VTA ranked 5th in the nation among peer agencies with continued ridership growth. So
That's a big deal.
That is a big deal. So in 2023, we saw a 25% increase in light rail ridership and a 22% increase in bus ridership last year over the year before, which was better than the industry average in both modes. And the ridership increase is largely due to our Next Network plan that focuses on frequent service all day long. And Jay Tyree is there, who is like the guru of the Next Network plan. And he's excited to continue to move towards our next plan, our visionary network. So this is good news, because in addition to our success in restoring service levels, well, the other thing is we have restored our service levels to 96% of the pre-pandemic levels, which is ahead of many of our peers. So I want to thank all of the frontline staff, all the support staff who've worked together to provide transportation to over 25 million people in, well, 25 million trips in 2023. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to see if there are any, did you have
wait.
more?
You know what, I'll just cover real quickly. We do have the government affairs update in the packet, and we have an update related to the legislative matter of the SB 1031. That'll be on later in the agenda. But before I conclude, just want to note that also the ridership and security statistics are in the online packet, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Before we go to questions, I'm first going to see if there are any comments from the public on the general manager's report.
Yes, Chair, we have one hand raised. Eugene Bradley, please accept the unmute and begin speaking whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Board. Thank you, ma'am. Evening, everybody. Eugene Bradley, Silicon Valley Transit users. I commend VTA about hearing about this news, that they are amongst the leaders in the nation in terms of post-COVID bus and light rail ridership recovery, in particular the bus ridership recovery. We're ahead of the entire, it's great to hear that we're in the entire Bay Area, and this is much welcome good news from VTA. For my part, what I do is I distribute a how to ride VTA transit guide that's available on our group's website, svtransitusers.org. So let's all keep up the good work, and congratulations, VTA. Bravo. That'll end my comments.
And there are no more hands raised.
Thank you. We're going to close the public comments and see if any of my colleagues have any comments or questions. Seeing none, I'm going to move on to the chairperson's report. And that is, I'm just going to do a couple highlights. As you know, as a region, we're preparing to host the Super Bowl in February 2026 and the FIFA World Cup in June of that same year, so February and June. And what Mayor Matt Mahan and myself and Mayor Gilmore co-hosted a meeting to better understand what the needs of the region were from a public safety perspective. And I really wanted to just acknowledge VTA's operations division and safety team and security division who are leading the way for VTA. The meeting was productive, and I think what we learned from that meeting is there's a lot to do. And I think what we've agreed, Mayor Mahan and I, is that we're going to continue to pull the team together so we can better collaborate, recognizing that it's going to take an awful lot of resources for us to maintain our services during that time. A lot of people are going to be here wanting to use our services, and we're also going to have to work very, very closely together to make sure that we're able to bring the resources to the region that are so desperately needed. I don't know, Matt, if you had any other thoughts on that?
I think you covered it well, but thank you for helping to convene all of us. I think it was an important first step. Thank you.
Thank you. No, my pleasure. Next, I want to move on to transit-oriented development. VTA has a $750,000 grant, $750,000 to provide grants to organizations and local agencies that will help us implement equitable transit-oriented communities. Groups eligible to apply for this funding include cities, arts and cultural organizations, education groups, nonprofits, and community organizations to work on projects next to transit that address things like resilience, planning, and policy, education, and engagement, among other areas. The applications for this funding are due on May 22nd. I will remind, I know Jesse, you're leading us in this effort, that we should just make sure we email this out to the whole board so the board can email it out and post it wherever they want to, especially because you're including nonprofit organizations as well. So thank you for that. On April 26th, I also want to announce that our workshop, which was originally scheduled for April 19th, has been moved to April 26th. We have a number of items that we need to be able to cover. I really want to encourage colleagues to attend, and the board office can work with you if you need to attend this meeting remotely, subject to the Brown Act. I also want to note that we have plans to convene a special closed session meeting after the board workshop. And to my colleagues, please respond to the board office polling so we know that we have that meeting on April 26th. I don't have any other comments, or that concludes my report. Is there anybody who'd like to speak to anything on that agenda item?
Yes, Chair. Eugene, please accept the unmute and begin speaking whenever you're ready.
Evening, Eugene Bradley, Silicon Valley Transit users. Just one quick thing to point out in that report should also have been mentioned in 2026, in March. Guess what's going to happen in downtown, specifically the Shark Tank, March Madness, in particular the West Regional Finals. So that portion of March Madness coming to San Jose should also have been mentioned in that report. Otherwise, it was a great report. Just want to point that out. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Eugene. I really appreciate that. So we're going to move on. Oh, I'm going to close the public comment, and I'm going to see if any of my colleagues have any questions for me. Nope. All right. We're moving on then to our consent calendar, and these are agenda items 6.1 through 6.12. And again, if you'd like to speak to any of these items, this would be the time to raise your virtual hand or to turn in a blue card. To my colleagues, is there anybody who wants to pull any item from consent? Seeing none, may I get a motion for the consent calendar?
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. I've closed the public comment. Any comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I'm going to ask all those in favor to say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? So thank you for that, and that passes unanimously. We're now going to move on to our regular board agenda. And I'm going to start with item 7.1, and this is to authorize the general manager and CEO to execute a contract with Bechtel Infrastructure Corporation in the amount, this is so hard to say because it's so much money, $490,824,320 for a 10-year period ending June 2034 to provide construction management services for VTA's BART Silicon Valley Phase 2 extension. And I'm going to turn this over to Tom McGuire, our Chief Capital Projects, Mega Projects Delivery Officer. And colleagues, what I'm going to do today is we'll hear from the public, and then I'll come back to the board on this item. For each item, actually. All right, Tom.
Good evening, directors. Thank you for the opportunity to bring this item before you today. This is, well, it's a large number. It's also a very, very important step in getting us one step closer to the reality of BART Silicon Valley. The construction management services contractor will be our eyes and ears, protecting our interests as the ultimate owner of the BART Silicon Valley Phase 2 extension. They'll be working on every part of the job site over the next decade, and it's so important that we get them on board because again, it sends the right signal to our outside funders that we're serious about the program, but it also makes sure that we're ready to be responsible owners, responsible deliverers, and protect the taxpayers and all the money we care so much about. And I'm thrilled to have my colleague Krishna Dave, who led the procurement of this contract, take the presentation from here, as well as our Chief Procurement Officer, Nicole Chapman.
Thanks, Tom. Good evening. My name is Krishna Dave, and I'm the Deputy Director for the BART Silicon Valley program. The item I'm presenting is about the construction management services for BART Phase 2. This is an action item. I will provide tonight overview of the requested action, talk about the proposed construction contractors reporting relationship, construction management contractors reporting relationship, provide a summary of the contractor scope of services, describe the major functions the proposed contractor will be responsible for, list deliverables expected of this contractor, list the key positions for the above functions, and lastly, my colleague, Ms. Chapman, will walk us through the procurement and negotiation process. The requested board action is staff recommends the board authorize the general manager to execute a contract with Bechtel Infrastructure Corporation to provide construction management services. The not to exceed amount is $490,824,324 and $824,324. The contract duration is 10 years, spanning the construction, systems installation, testing and integration, and project closeout. The compensation type is cost plus fixed fee. Next slide, please. The CM services will be reporting to and managed by VTA staff. The team will report to VTA's Deputy Chief Program Director through VTA's Construction Director. Both are VTA's new positions. I'll give you a quick overview of the management structure. The exhibit on the screen depicts the distinct functions the program's 3 major professional services contractors will be responsible for. The project management team, the rectangular box that you see just below VTA, is responsible for project management, engineering management, and supporting VTA in management of professional services contracts. They are also responsible for program-wide project control functions that include cost, schedule, and risk management. Bottom left is the green rectangle. It's the general engineering consultant. Is responsible for all designs, review of contractors' technical submittals. The GEC also will be producing engineering work products. They are the engineers of record for contract packages CP1, which is systems, CP3, which is yard and Santa Clara station, CP4, which is the underground stations. To the right is the orange box at the bottom. It's the construction management services contract, which is the subject today. They're responsible for overseeing all field activities of construction contractors. More on this in the next few slides. This slide, I will summarize the scope of services. The scope includes management of construction contractors' progress payments, change orders, claims, dispute resolution. Initially, the CM team will focus on program-wide activities, such as setting up structure, plans and procedures for construction management, and CP2 contracts, starting with early works packages. Implementation will be managed through annual work plans. The contractor has proposed 15 subcontractors, including 11 DBEs. Preliminary projections indicate the contractor exceeds the set DBE goal of 12%. Here are the major functions that this contractor will be responsible for. Overall construction management of all construction contract packages. This responsibility is through the project life cycle, beginning with CP2 construction and ending with facilities turnover to the respective stakeholders and project closeout. The CM team will be reviewing and approving construction contractor submittals. They are responsible for construction contractors' cost, schedule performance analysis, and progress reporting. They'll be undertaking risk management from construction standpoint. They are responsible for quality management. Last but not the least, they are responsible for safety and security of construction activities on the project. Let me go over some of the deliverables that this contractor will be responsible for. The contractor will establish and implement processes and procedures. And of course, these will be subject to VTA's approval. The contractor will submit field progress reports, sometimes on a daily basis. These reports will record field proceedings, document resource deployed, identify implementation challenges, and coordinate resolutions. The contractor will develop and maintain detailed inter-contract and intra-contract interface matrices. This is a program-wide document. The key here is this is one of the few tools that we use in managing the implementation. The contractor will develop and maintain construction schedules and estimates. The contractor will be responsible for change management. The contractor will maintain change logs and report on cost trends. The contractor will develop and maintain construction quality non-conformance reports, submit audits and surveillance reports. The contractor will develop and maintain safety locks. Continuing on scope of services, here are the key personals that is expected of this contract. This contract will provide a construction director. This director will report to VTA construction director. This contract will have construction managers with expertise in elements unique to transit projects. There'll be resident engineers. This being a tunneling project, this contract will have tunneling and underground construction specialist. There'll be a tunnel boring machine specialist. And to monitor performance of the contractors, you will have project control engineers. And to maintain safety and quality, you will have experts in these two fields representing the CMS.
Chair Chavez, Vice Chair Lopez, Directors, Nicole Chapman, Director of Procurement. I will be presenting today on the procurement of this contract. So slide 9 here, I wanted to go over the procurement process for this contract, starting with what procurement method was utilized for this contract. This was a request for qualifications. The chart on this slide was shown previously at a prior board meeting when we reviewed the different types of procurement. Again, this is not an exhaustive chart, but shows the main methods of procurement. So left to right, invitation for bids, request for proposals, and the third column is request for qualifications, which again is a procurement used for this contract that is before the board for approval. Just a quick review of the RFQ or request for qualifications procurement method. Why do we use this method instead of an invitation for bids or RFP? And quite simply, it's required by the Federal Brooks Act. So the Brooks Act, what it says is that for all architectural and engineering A&E and A&E related services, price cannot be a factor in the evaluation of the proposers. Rather, only qualifications can be used, resulting in a ranking of the proposers, rank 1, 2, 3, etc. Price is then negotiated with rank 1. If negotiations fail, then you move on to rank 2, etc., and down the list. And then I wanted to point out row 4 under request for qualifications. It shows that proposal content, number of proposers, and cost details are confidential until board approval or notice of final award after board approval. And this is going to be discussed a little more later in the presentation. So moving on. Actually, apologies, but the next 2 slides are out of sequence, so if you don't mind skipping over to slide. Timeline. Yes, thank you. So this here this table gives the procurement timeline for the contract, which also gives an overview of the procurement history or actual procurement processes that took place, which generally was as follows. So in September of last year, the request for proposals for A&E contracts or request for qualifications was issued. We held a pre-proposal conference the next month in October, which was very well attended. 2 weeks later, we held what we call a matchmaking event between potential primes and DBE, SBE businesses. This was also well attended. The proposals were submitted by the proposals due date November 15, 2024, after which the evaluation committee evaluated the proposals, held discussions with the proposers, and convened within the committee. Prior to start of the evaluation committee was instructed to evaluate only on the evaluation criteria set forth in the RFQ. And it's not indicated here, but between finalization of evaluation and ranking and commencement of negotiations with rank 1, VTA issued letters to all proposers, letting them know whether they were evaluated to move forward with negotiations or not. This was sent out on May 7th. Then negotiations commenced with rank number 1, Bechtel Infrastructure Corporation, on February 20th. And I will be going over our negotiations process later in the presentation. But in short, the negotiations took a little longer than expected. However, when we went before the ANF committee on March 21st, The total cost of the contract had been negotiated, as well as most of the contract terms and conditions. There were a few remaining legal issues which we thought we could close soon. And then to be compliant with VTA's practice and procedure of presenting contracts to the board for approval after the protest period has ended, a notice of recommended award was sent out on March 25th. The RFP provided that the notice of recommended award would trigger the bid protest period. And this brings us to the issue of timing of protests. I've inquired around and at VTA, and up to this point, there hasn't been a protest involving another proposer's qualifications for A&E contracts. To be fair, no protest was filed for this contract. However, a request came in by an unsuccessful proposer after the issuance of the Notice of Recommended Award, asking VTA to provide them with Bechtel's proposal. Since we were still in active procurement, VTA could not disclose the contents of the proposal to the requester. You may recall that I mentioned during a prior slide that for RFPs and RFQs, contents of another offeror's proposal, number of proposers, and cost breakdown cannot be disclosed during active procurement. But we also understood, timing-wise, that it did not afford an opportunity for unsuccessful offerors to file a protest on the contents of another proposal, at least at the time of notice of recommended award. And so to remedy this, on March 29, 2024, VTA issued a notice of rescission of the prior notice of recommended award with the intention to reissue the notice of recommended award on the date of the board meeting. This would stop the protest period under the prior notice of recommended award. And a new protest period would be triggered with the issuance of the notice of recommended award on the date of the board meeting. So if the board approves the contract today, to the extent that all negotiations have now been completed, if requested, VTA will be able to provide the non-confidential portions of the winning proposal to the requester if a request is made. If the board does not approve the contract, the procurement would remain active, and VTA must proceed with negotiations with rank number 2. The request for disclosure of the winning proposal will be denied, and the protest itself will become moot since it was a protest on the award. But the confidentiality of the contents of the proposals, number of proposers, breakdown of costs will have been preserved. And VTA can proceed with negotiations with rank number 2 without, so to speak, having shown our hands and losing leverage before entering negotiations with number 2. And please be advised that the notice of recommendation of award was reissued today. Can I get back to slide 10, please? Okay, thank you. So very quickly, these are 3 workflow charts, proposed workflow charts, showing VTA's proposed new process on timing of protests based on this experience we went through. So in short, from left to right, the one with the blue head, that's for invitation for bids. For IFPs, it will stay status quo. A notice of recommended award will trigger the notice period because in an IFP situation, the bids are publicly open on the bid's due date, and all bid information is public and publicly available. So for IFP contracts coming before the board, the protest period will have ended before the contract is presented to the board for approval. For RFPs and RFQs, we recommend a notice of final award after board approval to trigger the protest. In the workflow process for RFPs and RFQs, there will still be a notice of recommended award, and this is to give courtesy notice to the unsuccessful offerors, but it will not trigger the protest period. VTA staff and legal counsel, this is a proposed workflow chart, so we'll have some discussion on the proposal to increase the protest period to 10 days, which would allow for more time for protesters, and 10 days is consistent with certain protest periods for certain types of protests in jurisdiction in California. So slide 12, please. Okay, moving on to negotiations process for A&E contracts. So this is to provide an overview of the negotiations process for A&E contracts. The $490 million is a huge number, but it's broken down into cost elements. So first of all, as Mr. Dabi mentioned, this is a 10-year contract, so $490 million covers the 10-year period. It's further broken down into what we call cost elements. So before negotiations started, we instructed the proposer to come ready with a breakdown of cost by cost elements, and the same instructions were given to VTA project team. So the first cost element is level of effort. This cost element is a direct labor. This is identifying the scope of work to a pretty granular level and identifying each personnel that will be required for the scope and for each year of the contract. During the scope clarification session, this is when overlapping scope is identified and removed. Each personnel, their hours, their rates are negotiated at this stage. The resulting number of personnel and number of hours estimated has to match the schedule of the project. We only want to have and only want to pay for people brought on as they are needed by the project. The second cost element is overhead. The overhead rate is required by federal requirements to be the audited overhead rate. However, to the extent that VTA is providing offices for this contractor, we requested a field overhead rate, which is lower. And most of their personnel will fall under the field overhead rate. Another cost element is the fixed fee, or sometimes known as their profit. So this is a cost plus fixed fee for a contract for the major part of the contract. So we negotiated the fixed fee, and included in the negotiations of this cost element was a performance fee tied to KPIs or key performance indices. Subcontractor cost is another cost element. If you may recall, we require the prime to subcontract the CP1, CP3, CP4 CM services to a subcontractor to encourage more local hires and smaller businesses. Here also we examine the rates, the cost reasonableness, and level of effort based on the project schedule. Then finally, there are other direct costs, which are reimbursable costs, reimbursement with no markup at cost. And then finally, not a cost element, but also a very important part of negotiations was the negotiations of contract terms and conditions. And I just wanted to give credit at this time to our legal team, both outside counsels and VTA legal, for their long hours wrangling difficult issues and for their excellent advice, guidance, and drafting. And that concludes my portion of the presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Nicole. For reference, we have introduced the baseline schedule. This is a graphic exhibit of the schedule that was submitted to the FTA as part of our New Start submittal. This was the basis of our negotiations with the contractor. Now to the last slide, we are repeating the staff request. We recommend board authorize the general manager to execute a contract with Bechtel Infrastructure Corporation for construction management services in the amount of $480,824,320 for a 10-year period ending in June 2034. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One thing I just wanted to mention, because I see someone videotaping in here, that all of this is recorded, so I don't know what that's for, but just wanted to make mention of that to those of you who are new. What I'd like to do is first go to public comment, and then, colleagues, I'm going to come back to us for questions. I am going to make one request before I go to feedback and comments from my colleagues.
Chair, we have one hand raised over Zoom. Bob F., please accept the unmute and begin speaking whenever you're ready. Bob F., please accept the unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Just a quick question. Is this contract tied solely to the single bore concept, or is this contract for a twin bore if the board chooses to go in that direction? Thank you.
And there are no more hands raised over Zoom.
Thank you. I'm going to close the public comment, and I'm going to go to my board colleagues. I will ask, Tom, if you could just respond to the speaker real quickly, and then I'm going to just make an observation. Thanks.
Sure. I believe the question was whether whether the scope applies exclusively to the single bore. We designed this procurement, as we have all the consulting procurements that we have currently underway on the program, for around the single bore option. That's the option we're moving forward with, and that's what the contractor bid on. That was their expectation when we negotiated their pricing. So I would say yes, it's for the single bore option.
Thank you. And then colleagues, one point, the staff brought forward a slide, slide 10, on proposed process impacts, and both on this and then some recommended changes. And what I would just like to ask is that those two discussions go to the A&F committee at some point, or G&A, and I'll just ask staff to make the choice about which committee those should go to. And then, in fact, probably just both of them to be safe. But I want to decouple that discussion, because it could get a little confusing tonight to talk about process over this particular process in front of us. But thank you very much for the background. It was very helpful, Nicole. All right, I'm going to start with Suds. I'm going to go to my left and then come to y'all.
Okay, thank you. It's really good to see that there's a process and what the process is for this. Of course, we want every contract to be competitive, and we want to make sure that we have a process that ensures that we have a competitive process. The thing that confused me here was in the timeline that you had, which is on page 11, it says that you issued an RFP on September 25th, 2023. Now, there's a difference between an RFP and an RFQ. And what I see from slide 11 is that for an RFP, price is part of the basis for the award, whereas for an RFQ, price is not a factor, and it's the qualifications. So I'm confused between what this is, an RFP or an RFQ. And
That's an excellent question, and you are right. You're absolutely right. VTA, our practice has been to use the term RFP for A&E contracts, which can be confusing. So next time I'll stay consistent. Either we'll call it a request for qualifications or request for proposals, but this was in content, though, a request for qualifications. It was a qualifications-based procurement method. So we apologize for that, putting that confusion. Yes, it did say RFP, but it was in essence a request for qualifications.
okay, and my second question is that, this is a construction management contract and there's 15 subcontractors. So I know we got a schedule and a price estimate top down from was HNTB that created the price and schedule. But now we have this contract with 15 subcontractors. Is there a bottom-up schedule and price, and how do you coordinate the top-down and the bottom-up schedules and price? Does that make sense to you guys?
Not.
I mean, each of the subcontractors is going to have their own price and schedule, right?
I don't know if
I
they have
see what you're
yeah, they have their own pricing. Yes,
They have their own pricing.
Yes.
And so all that has to be rolled up, bottom up, right?
Yes.
So you add all those up.
Yes.
But at some point, HNTB
Or
had
Bechtel?
estimated, no.
Oh, okay.
I mean, the whole project is $12.8 billion, right? So at
You're
some
asking
point,
about the
someone
overall
came up-
pricing.
Yeah, and how do you reconcile a top-down estimate of schedule and price versus a bottom-up?
So I think this is less on just the contracts, because we also include, so for example, all the work that we do, we also roll up all the labor that's VTA, all the labor that's BART. So we actually have sort of program-wide controls that do that, that actually VTA manages, so that we're able to do that. Krishna, I know you've done this for a long time. You might want to explain. So we end up rolling up all of the different consultant contracts. HNTB is responsible for managing sort of the overall cost and schedule flow for the project controls, but we do sort of program-wide controls, so because we're adding in all the labors, how we bill it out, how we do the grants. Do you want to talk a little bit about that? I know it's really confusing.
May I just, for
All of that is
Suds,
rolled
would
up
you
into the-
mind, just if you could restate your question, that way we get the answer that you're looking for?
Okay. I understand that VTA has its own costs and everything, but at some point, someone decided how much each of these subcontract jobs would be from the top down, right? And now we're going to the contractors and we're saying, can you tell us what the price is going to be and what the schedule is?
Right.
It's all about risk management, and that's what I'm trying to figure out. It's how do we manage the risk to make sure that the $12.8 billion is the real price now, now that we're awarding this. I guess my question is, did HNTB come up with the 490 million, or did Bechtel come up with the 490
Right,
million?
that's a really good question, and I'm gonna start with Carolyn, and then I'll go to the rest of the staff.
So before we go out with any kind of RFP, RFQ for an amount of work, we actually have to do an independent cost estimate. Oftentimes that can use HNTB or whoever your program management team in conjunction with VTA staff. Like Krishna's been doing this for a long time, so he will manage the independent cost estimate being developed. And then that is actually part of the ability to initiate the program to go out the door. There's a number of things that the contracts department needs before they send it out. That's where we get that number. We go out based on the scope that we think. Once we get the proposals in and we see the bids, we negotiate primarily off that independent cost estimate. And that's how we negotiate most of these jobs. And the sub-consultants are primarily costed and determined by the prime. We may ask about different levels of scope that we want in there, but typically, we're only negotiating with, like in this case, just Bechtel. And so we do have an independent cost estimate. That's what we negotiate off of. That is done before we even receive any bids or anything, or before we even put the RFP out the door.
Is that responsive to your question, Suds?
I get it. I would just give you an example. The launch box, right, was originally estimated at like 150 million, but now it's coming in at 450 million.
Right.
And that's from the contractor. So where does that reconciliation happen?
Right. I mean, I'm going to say this from a public, like from our side of the aisle, and then I'll let them defend their side of the aisle. But I think that part of the reason I was so interested in the ad hoc committee is that what we know is that these projects, because they're 20 years in length, you start out with, at time X, with here's what the program's going to look like. And as we get closer to the launch date, the program becomes more and more real, and you're doing cost estimates that are closer to the time that you're actually going to be spending money, and you're able to advance more in engineering and other issues. So the issue that you're raising, which I think is enormously important, is that that for the public sector to be more responsive and responsible, we have a dual challenge, I think, and one of them is that we want to make sure that we're really transparent in the public, and that we continue to be able to negotiate from a position of strength when we're negotiating with any contractor. And so one of the concerns that I've had, and I think other board members have had, is how do you look at these projects that are now called mega projects and say, okay, this is a realistic number that we're going to get to, and how do we negotiate to the number? So just an observation I would make is that as part of the ad hoc committee, and I think that I was really pleased that Nicole raised these issues about even contracting process, is that I think the board needs to stay very focused on our procurement strategies and making sure that we have independent I'm using the term engineers estimates, but independent estimates before we do any negotiation. And one of the challenges with this type of contract is that because it wasn't a price contract, that we really are relying on our staff and these independent cost estimators to help us make sure that we're in the zone. Do I feel concerned about that? 1,000%. That's actually why I was having a hard time saying the number, not because the number was hard to say, but really it's the way you feel when you're signing up, when you're buying your house, your mortgage, you start at the first page and it says the house is going to be this much, and then you see what it's going to be when you pay for it in 30 years, and my signature literally changed because I was in shock. So I think what the good questions you're asking make a lot of sense to me, but I think we have to stay on top of refining our processes and always making sure we understand what those independent estimates are. So, and doing that in a way that it's transparent to the public and at the same time protective of the taxpayers' dollars, and I think that's going to be an ongoing challenge.
And I appreciate you bringing up what's been going on with some of the estimates from what we got early on, primarily when we were awarding sort of some of the early works. We have really pushed harder on the type of processes, exactly what the chair is saying, on making sure we have that. I'm not sure we had good independent cost estimates at that time. That's changing. Part of it is getting the capabilities in-house, either through a consultant or whatever, to be able to do those independent cost estimates and making sure we're ready when we come to the board, that we really understand what we're moving forward. We were also at a level of design that wasn't very strong to be able to hold through, in the sense of once they got in design, what did that entail? Did scope grow or not? There's all those questions, but I do appreciate that comment, because I think that is definitely a lesson where I don't think there were strong independent cost estimates to be able to negotiate against. So I think you're right, and that is some of the processes we're making sure we have more in place, particularly because this is progressive design build. It's a very different animal than design build, which we've done before, where they estimate, we negotiate off of it, and that's the price, and they're building towards it. And then we're talking about amendments in the years much later, if there are any. This is very different. We're negotiating along the way. So I appreciate that.
Thank you, Suds. Rosemary or Carmen? I'm sorry, you have one. Oh, there, I see it. Thank you.
So I think that you got to a little bit of my question. And, a lot can happen in 10 years. And so I don't know if I feel better or not, or it makes me feel more nervous. But, I was thinking about the 10-year period is a very long period, right? And the amount is a very large amount. So you've got two things that are sort of makes me a little nervous. And I know that you've included, I suppose you've included cost escalations and contingencies and all of that along the way. But I think that one of the things that I would just put out there is the potential of it continuing to escalate higher and higher and higher. And every time we turn around, it's higher. And, I think that I'm pleased that we are going to have a little bit more focus. And I understand that the closer we get to design, the better we're going to be able to have those cost estimates known to us. But I think that if we had those check-ins so that it is not, I don't like surprises at all. I'd rather have the bad news up, sooner rather than later, so that if things start getting a little bit off, we were really off on this thing or that thing or whatever it is that comes up, that information needs to come directly to us. And I think that then you could kind of pivot or do whatever it is that you need to do, because this is a lot of money. And it will continue to, I mean, I understand that it's a big project and all of that, but to Chair Chavez's, sort of words of the transparency for the public, because it is the public's money, we should be on it much faster than we have in the past. And when things happen, nobody should be surprised. We should know what the problems are along the way. So my hope is that we have a way of dealing with it, and that hopefully we'll get the news earlier rather than later.
So thank you, Rosemary. I do want to just say that, and maybe one of the staff can respond to this. I think one thing, oh, thank you so much. We need we want to make sure that that the staff is going to have a process for checking in with the board, both on expenditures and on activities, and they're working on how to refine that. I don't know, Tom, if you or Krishna want to respond to how that's going to happen. And so part of it is the ad hoc committee. So let me just say one thing we didn't have in phase 1 was the ad hoc committee. And we had something that was much more, it had less responsibility and it was much higher in terms of its oversight. But one thing I will say, colleagues, is that the addition of the ad hoc committee is actually is part of our response to that. The second part of that, though, is to see the policy reforms that we want to see, so that I have all of these strategies embedded in our policies and procedures, so that our staff really have a clear understanding of the goals that we've set in terms of staying on top of how much money we're spending and the like. I don't know if you wanted to add, besides the ad hoc committee, and also, by the way, I asked for charts, because ad hoc committee is great, and the binder I have is double the size of what we have for tonight's meeting. But we're going to try to, the staff's going to be boiling that down, so charts are coming to the board at our meetings that show, expenditures and activities and all that. So again, so there's no surprises.
Yes, Chair, thank you for that. I agree with you, the ad hoc committee and the reporting processes we've set up, which are showing you each month for all the major contracts, how much has been spent, how much effort's been expended, and whether we're tracking to stay on budget. You'll see that for this contract as well. I think the other feature of this contract that I think that Krishna and Nicole have set up that's very important is that it's an annual work program. And so we have an opportunity every 12 months to say, are we spending too fast, not spending enough? You'll see that spending rate in our reporting, and then we can take the action to speed up or slow down the rate of spending to make sure we stay under budget.
Or even to discontinue the contract.
If necessary.
And I say that because that is a protection that became very important to me as part of all of the discussions we're having. Did you want to add anything, or should I?
Yeah, and I think one of the things that we probably we should report to the board out a little bit on the full board. We do have the I guess it's now the oversight committee for the project and not ad hoc any longer. But I would say that we do produce a report every month that has a lot of the information in there, and it also includes the highest risks that we see on the project. So I think one of the meetings we will actually do the project and bring it to the full board. Even though the oversight committee sees it every month, I think it's useful for the board to understand at least what those reports say and where they're located, and how the board can, we get everything over to the board, but really go through that report.
Yeah, thank you for your feedback. Supervisor Lee, or Mr. Otto. You guys always forget what titles everybody has on this board versus all the other boards, so I apologize.
Thank you so much, Chair. The number, 490,824,320, of course, is a huge number. We're talking about close to literally $500 million here. Now, but when you compare it to the percentage of the entire project, I was just talking to Board Member Davis, that's about 4.7%. I think you ran the math, so it's even less than 5%. So in that sense, is relatively speaking, not big given the fact that the project is so expensive. And I think our concern really is how can we make sure that this amount of money we're spending is not excessive, but certainly that's what we're talking about it, but we really can't really see it because we don't get the cost breakdown until after we voted on it, right? Because of the confidentiality issue. So I'm actually more concerned about the incentivizing. What I mean by that is when it comes to the construction management, I want to make sure that there's some incentive built in with this contract for the construction management so that we will have a project that would actually end on time. Why I'm making that such a big issue is because, first of all, we've had experience from the last project that was delayed at least, 2 years due to all these other issues we're going to go into today, and everybody knew what they were. But more importantly, as we know, is that not only does the public not able to use that service for 2 years, the issue is every month of delay really drive up our cost. I think it's a 7-digit cost, right? It's millions of dollars for every month of delay of this project. So I just want to make sure what we could do or build into this construction management contract that we're approving tonight to make sure that there is that type of incentivizing so that if they don't finish on time, there will be costs that we incur, but the person or the contractors themselves also bear some costs to move forward if they don't do it on time. Or even conversely, how about if they finish a month early or 2 months early, right? That potentially could save us money as well. So is there any way we could put into contract, maybe not tonight, but something that you could put in when negotiating the cost of this contract to have something like that built into this negotiation?
Thanks for the question. We do have incentives built into this contract. Part of the fixed fee will be given as incentive. So we talked about annual work program. That's where we establish the work that will be pursued in that fiscal year. In alignment with the work that is being identified, we will establish KPIs, key performance indices, and to that we will be attaching incentive dollars. And that is how we are incentivizing this team to help us meet the targets. This is just the beginning. Going forward, the other professional services contracts, the construction contracts also will have similar incentives as appropriate. Our goal is to stay within the target that we have set for ourselves, and that is what we have published in our application for New Starts Engineering.
Good, thank you. I really am glad that you mentioned that because if you don't put incentives in there, things just get delayed, as we all know. And one of the best example I remember was the reconstructing, I think it was Highway 880 after the collapse of the big earthquake. By having incentives to finish it early, it actually got finished early, which is amazing, right? So I think that's the type of spirit I would like to see with this project because if we don't do it on time, this cost escalation is just going to get ridiculous. Yeah, so thank you.
Any comments from my colleagues over here? Deb?
Thank you. Along the same lines as Supervisor Lee, are the incentives included, the incentive amounts included in this 490 million?
Yes, they are.
Okay, and is the, we had discussed as well previously in a committee meeting about shared risk pool. Is that included in this 490 million?
So yes, yeah, that's right. We have two tiers of incentives. Tier 1 is this contractor's performance, and Tier 2 is a shared risk performance.
And that's all included in the 490
It is
million?
all included in $490 million, and that's why
okay.
My colleague here, Nicole, said that the negotiations took longer than expected. So.
I'm totally okay with that. Thank you.
All right, I see no other comments from my colleagues. I'm going to ask for.
I do have one, Chair. So I really am glad that we have that ad hoc committee because I'm concerned about the oversight. I know in the past we've had issues with I think it was the BART where there was some mishaps there. I'm not going to go into the details, but I really am concerned for me that there is oversight that the project is done timely, on task, but most of all with integrity, that the project has the integrity, that the contractor is not going to cut corners, because, you know, safety is number one. We got to make sure that it's a great product that we can all, it'll last for a very, very long time. So I'm really glad that that ad hoc committee is in place, because that's, to me, it gives it oversight for the project. So just want to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm now going to ask if I could get a motion. Did we have a motion? I apologize. I didn't. Oh, may I get a motion to approve?
Yes.
Move in second.
I'm confident after this discussion and other discussions that a rigorous procurement process was followed. So I'm happy to make the motion to approve.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second.
Happy to second.
Thank you. Otto seconded it. You didn't hear it? All right. Motion and second. Any other discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. All right, we're moving on to item 7.2. This is a two-part action item, and these are contracts with Hill International and Mott McDonald in an amount not to exceed $77,000 for each project management and staff support services to support the 2000 Measure A Transit Improvement Program, BTP Highway Improvement Program, Transit Program, and 2016 Measure B Program for a period of 5 years. Oh, 77 million. What did I say? Did I say 77,000? No, I actually meant million. This was another one I read, and I was like, oh my goodness. Okay. And then I undershot it there. $77 million. All right, Casey, we're turning to you.
Yes, good evening, Chair Chavez and Vice Chair Lopez and members of the board. My name is Casey Emoto. I'm Chief Engineering and Program Delivery Officer. And the contracts, I'm responsible for these contracts that come out of my division. Jim Constantini, who's the memo author, is the manager of the contract. And so as Chair Chavez read, these are for $77 million. And you might be wondering why it's the same number for both, but what we did is we did a projection out 5 years for all the uses for this contract. This is sort of like an on-call contract where we bring in staff to augment VTA staff for project management, support services, and to provide subject matter expert type expertise on projects. So it's based on a 5-year projection. We had 154 million is the number. So what I want to cover here today, real quickly, hopefully in 5 minutes, that's what I promised Elaine, procurement process, scope of work, and issuance of the work. So next slide. Oops, I covered that. So the procurement process started as Nicole talked about, based on Member Jane's question earlier. This was issued as an RFP, but it's qualification-based. This is not based on a specific project. It's for staff augmentation. So the proposal was issued on October 18th with a pre-proposal conference on November 1st, and the proposals were received in December. A evaluation committee was convened in early this year, made up of subject matter experts on this type of work. And as you can see, there were various criteria that were used to evaluate the proposals received. So next slides are similar to what Nicole covered, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on these, other than to say that we've finished the protest period. There weren't any protests. So after tonight's action, we're ready to execute the contract. Oops, went too far, I think. So the scope of work. So the way we set this up was as Contract 1 and Contract 2. Because the types of work that the staff would be supporting would be work that's in the pre-construction project development phase and also stuff during the construction phase. And so I gave some examples of the types of projects and efforts where we're bringing staff in for. And I wanted to just go through one of the examples that you might be familiar with is the EBRC construction work that's getting started this month. And so that team that's being brought in is mostly Hill staff because it's from the Contract 2 side. And so the budget is being brought in by the project, and what we're doing is we're assigning VTA staff and then consultant staff where we don't have VTA staff. So on the first phase of the work, the next 2 years when we're doing civil construction, it'll be mostly the consultant staff that we're bringing in through Hill, a couple of Mott staff. When we get to the latter half, those staff will still be there, but what we would be starting is the rail activation efforts, which would be quite a few more VTA staff from our rail engineering program that would be involved in that, because it's a good way to get them involved in the project, understand what we're installing, because we're going to be the owner-operator maintaining the system. In terms of, I want to expand a little bit on what I mentioned about how the work would be issued and so on. So this is to bring in staff. It's mostly on a task order basis, although the RFP allowed for cost plus fixed fee and firm fixed price contract compensation methods, but most of the work we've done through these contracts has been through task orders and through a time and materials compensation. As noted here, the staff were brought in as needed. The staff could be part-time, full-time. I don't think I mentioned earlier, but what we're doing is we're bringing in these two contracts, and the existing contracts we have in place are also Mott and Hill. And so those contracts run out at the end of this fiscal year. And so these contracts would start on July 1st based on your approval tonight. Oops, went too far. So I want to go back. So essentially the item is to approve these two contracts for Hill and Mott for these amounts that are listed. This is a not to exceed amount, and this is for the programs that are listed there. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to see if there are any comments from the public on these two contracts.
Yes, Chair, we have one hand raised over Zoom. Jordan, please accept the unmute and begin speaking whenever you're ready.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. I'm not sure if I heard it, but what was the previous contract amount for? And since this is on demand for augmenting staff, I'm just curious how much of the previous contract was used, just to get a sense of like, do you actually plan on using the full 77 million times 2, or you realistically expect only a fraction of that to be spent? Thank you.
And there are no more hands raised.
Thank you. I'm going to close the public comment and come back. Casey, may I ask for you to respond to that?
Yes. So the current contract amounts for both are 76 million. And the Mott contract has used 75% of that, and the Hill contract, or maybe it's the other way around. Hill contract has used 75%, and the Mott contract has used 80%. And we're probably not going to get to the 100% by the end of June.
Thank you, and I'm glad our the Bechtel team is still here, because the one thing I wanted to just ask staff to give us a report back on the previous agenda item and on these two agenda items is the DBE procurement process. And I recognize, well, actually, I'm actually concerned that I don't know what that percentage is for the previous contract, given how large it is, or for these two as well. And I know why on these two, just because they haven't been scoped yet, but on the previous one it had been. So I'm saying to get an off agenda so everybody here knows what the goals are for all of the contracts and the procedures that on the previous contract we're looking at.
The way that we've managed these is on the task order basis. We assign what the goal is on each of the task orders. The current percentages are roughly in the 7 to 10% range for the existing contracts is where we're at for DB and SBE usage. These two proposed teams, I think on the Hill team, there are 24 DBEs and SBEs, and on the Mott contract, I think there are 33 that are proposed as part of the listing that's in the attachment to the board memo.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Deb and then to Omar.
Thank you. So if we've used 75 to 80% of the previous contract for 5 years and we anticipate using a similar amount for the next 5 years, why don't we bring some of this stuff in-house? I know how much we pay for outside consulting versus how much we pay for internal. Even if we bumped up our internal salaries, I just think that could save the public money.
Yeah, this is based on, full use of our staff, and this is above and beyond to augment our staff. And also, in some of the cases, we don't have the subject matter experts in-house, so then we go to these teams to bring them in. So they're basically working in-house with us. We're not consulting this out to a consultant to, you know, through a competitive process. They're, you know, in-house with us, working with us, you know, and yeah, we're using consultant staff to fill in the gaps where we don't have the staffing to fill in, to do some of the things, you know, in the time that we want to get those completed.
Right, but here's what I'm asking is why don't we augment our staff with more staff, more VTA staff, so that their paycheck isn't coming from Hill or Mott, their paycheck is coming from VTA. And that might not be a question for you, Casey, that might be a question for you, Carolyn, but
Yeah,
when
it
we're
is.
talking about 76 million times 2, 5 years, and then 77 million 5 years after that, that's 10 years. That's a quarter or half of somebody's career.
Right, well, and also, I'll just add that if you consider the EBRC and Diridon and BART, that.
Talking about long-term
No,
projects.
that's right, and it also puts us at risk. So anyway, but Carolyn has a response.
Yeah, on some cases, I do agree, we're starting to look. We used to have really big fluctuations in the use of our, particularly in construction inspection, because we could have 3 highway projects going on, and then we could have nothing for 2 or 3 years, and then we could bump back up. Same thing on our transit. If Eastridge is going to drive a lot of our construction inspection right now, but we didn't have something like Eastridge, you know, the last 4 years. So that's part of the reason. Some of it is the subject matter experts, which we do use. Some of it is that we've gone out for construction inspectors for systems, and we can't hire them. Even if we bumped up our salaries, we can't hire them. And we've tried a year, we have some out there for a year and a half, and we're not. So we've actually, and I remember doing this, looking and looking. So there's some cases. But I do agree with you. One of the things I am going to be doing is looking at where we are in the where we're using a lot of consultant staff, and start to make determinations based on the analysis, on the price analysis, what could be brought in-house and what isn't. And I'll be bringing that back to the board, because it is something now.
Do you know what the timeline would be?
I think right now I'm planning on having that done. I think it was sometime by this summer.
So great. So I'm happy to, if we're going to move this item forward, I'm happy to make the motion for the staff recommendation, but I'd also like to include direction for you to come back to us by August. So I'll give you, does that sound like enough time for you, Carolyn?
Yes, and the other area that I just want to make sure of also as well is, and this is a discussion that was on the BART project, and that's why BART sort of always stayed sort of separate to an extent, is that we oftentimes, if you have a contractor or consultant who is responsible for activities, and we integrate project VTA staff, they don't always report or directly have, it changes sort of the liability on the project to be able to point to a consultant to make sure their work is done when they're integrated with VTA staff. Sometimes it works great, so each time we have to look at each individual case. If you're making them responsible for delivering something, then they've got to be fully responsible, and we can't have the situation where you have another person outside directing one group of staff that's reporting. So it just has to be clean, but that will all be addressed in that work that I bring to you in August.
Okay, thank you. So that's my motion.
Thank you.
I'll second
Omar?
that.
We have Omar seconded it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so Omar, and then I'm going to come, these guys first, and then you guys. All right.
No, great. Thank you for clarifying that. Because when I saw this, my jaw dropped as well. And so the questions that I do have is, where is this money coming from?
So it comes from the different capital programs. So this in itself is not money for the firm. So it's like if we have EBRC and there's a need for construction management service, that project has those funds. And so those funds are used to pay for VTA staff time on the project and these consultants.
Right, and for example, BRC, Eastridge line is measure B money?
Measure A.
Measure A money.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the other one is
others. Yeah.
Yeah, there's many
There's
sources. Yeah.
There is many. Good ones too, by the way. The other question is these consultants or these folks not in-house, they're not union, right?
I don't think so.
Okay, right. No, and I'm glad that my colleague, board member Davis, brought up the concern. I would prefer that that the work be done in-house from VTA employees who will be able to be part of a bargaining unit. And so, you know, my third question I did have, I'm not going to ask because board member Davis included it in the motion. But yeah, this is, you know, $77 million is a lot. And I had to do the double look because I also thought it was 77,000. But then I looked again and I looked again. I'm like, oh no, it's 77 million. But yeah, great. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to Suds and then to Otto.
You know, we had this problem or this concern come up with the BART Phase 2 project, where it seemed like it was consultants overseeing consultants, and what I've heard from transitcosts.com and other places is when you have that, you end up with lots of cost overruns. So I'd like to understand sort of the management chain for, you know, sort of an org chart of who reports to whom for these projects. But, you know, this is sales tax money. It's relatively stable money. So we're going to have these projects continue for a long time. So I had the same question as Member Davis, was that we should have more in-house people. Partly because when you have in-house people, you have continuity on projects, you have the history of, you know, what projects had issues and so on. So I'm very eager to have more in-house people as well.
Thank you. Otto?
I think that's just basically said what I wanted to say is that given such a large project we have, we certainly need to up our expertise and the number of folks within our staff to do a lot of this work. We were just talking to Evelyn earlier regarding sure, but we need things, we need more staff internally to manage this project on all areas, all levels, right? So I think that's something that we certainly need. And I do think that there's knowledge that could be gained by overseeing these projects so that after the project is finished, that they would still be working for us so that when issues comes up, they know them right off the bat, and not requiring us to go back to the contractors to ask for those questions and get those answers in the future. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm seeing no one else on this side. Oh, I'm sorry, Rosemary. Go ahead.
Since there are going to be so many long-term projects, I mean, it looks like there's a continuity of at least many, many years. It'd be nice to know in terms of, from the administration, what the plan is to be able to maintain. I mean, I totally understand that there's ebbs and flows in terms of when you have a big project, but then, you know, you don't have anything. That's understandable. But over the next 10 years, we're going to have a lot going on. And it seems to me that you would want to retain some of that talent, right? Maybe it's not the experts that, you know, maybe you need once a year or, you know, but those that are able to sort of stay with VTA over the long run. And I don't know if there's a plan already to be able to say, hey, you know, we're going to grow because, you know, once these are not just construction but start becoming more operational, we're going to need this talent, right? So I think that, you know, as you're thinking along all of the projects that are coming, to be able to have some kind of idea as to transitioning over to where are the areas that you may want to, you know, invite some of the people who, because I know how hard it is to find some of the talent. So I think that this is a prime way, not that we want to poach from others, but, you know, I think that in terms of being able to be selective in certain areas that we know that you're going to need. to be able to sort of think about that. So,
Thank you, Rosemary. Sergio? Omar, you want to weigh in again? Okay, I'm gonna go to Omar and then you ask as your vice chair. Go ahead. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I'll make a brief comment because, my colleagues have stated this really well. I think there's strong interest in taking that kind of strategic level approach. What I will add is something that came up during ANF, which was in a forward-looking context for these contracts, to think about what happens, because they are such long-term contracts as people move out, and I know for these contracts we have there's strong checks in place to make sure that we're well served during that length of time. What I would request is when we get to that August discussion, that was forward-looking, to take a look back historically and think about how have these worked. Have there been shifts over the time that we've had the contracts in the past that have impacted the projects, just to get a better understanding of that as we decide for the future if we're going to make some of these changes we're discussing.
Thank you. Omar, you have the last word.
Yeah, don't get me nervous here, Madam Chair. As an elected official, I'm really struggling with this item, and one, because I do wholeheartely believe that staff, we should have more in-house staff helping us with these massive projects that are coming forward, and I'm trying to be like my colleague, both on the City Council and here on VTA, of trying to feel a little bit better on voting on this motion. We can, and the question is, if I were to offer a friendly amendment recommending that we hire more folks for VTA or in-house to the friendly amendment, can I go about doing that?
So can I make a recommendation? Because I hear the problem you're trying to solve, and ironically, since you seconded the motion,
I know.
I think you can have just a lot of fun with it. But here's what I would suggest. I think what the staff understands is that all of us have a concern that we're going to go into this huge phase of expenditure and spend more money than we need to, because we're using an old model of let's hire more consultants to help us do more work. And I don't mean it to be an old model, but it's a challenging model for us. I'm looking at all the consultants out here, and I'm saying it's a challenging model for us because, frankly, some people have worked with us. I mean, I met a consultant who's worked with us for 20 years. And so I think the staff understands that what we're looking for is to make sure that we're being both efficient from a cost perspective and also protective of the agency by hiring people in key positions so that oversight is not consultant over consultant. So that's a big focus of the ad hoc committee, and it's certainly, and I'm really pleased to hear so many of you reinforcing that. What I think I would recommend that we do is have, when the analysis comes back to the board, that we use that analysis to determine what kind of direction we want to give. Because I do think the staff understands the intent. Instead of, and here's one other thing, I'll just say this, I actually have a concern a little bit about the fact that we don't have processes and procedures for the board to understand when we're bringing on staff versus consultants and what the financial implications are both for 10, 20, or 30 years without us having that checks and balances. For all of your city councils you sit on, you approve the total number of positions, you approve the salary ranges, and then you are able to, that's all embedded in in your budgets, and you can look at it year over year. We do not do that here, and that's something else I think we need to fix. So once the staff comes back with this, concurrent to that, I'll be making a recommendation to all of you that we have a process for doing that in the future, because I think we have to be cost protective as well as frankly talent attracting.
Absolutely.
And then the only other thing I'll say is that the other reason I would just recommend we not take that action today is that I think we want to understand the fiscal implications of either direction we take and the risk risk system as was outlined by our CEO. So I think they got the message, and I would just want to add two other things, and that is, I want to make sure that we put in the motion the request that, I apologize, I don't remember what colleague over here requested, the project org chart for EBRC, which I think is very important. Thank you. And then, and also that we do get report outs for the DBE specifically. Casey, I appreciate that there was part of the information in the packet on these items, but not on the previous one. So if we could just get it all together in one section one document would be great. So with that, we have a motion and a second. Is everybody good? Yeah, and we'll add those to the motion. Yes, thank you. All right. All right, thank you. So we have a motion and a second, and we have more discussion. I'm going to go to Suds, I'm going to go to you.
Well, this will be super quick. I just want to say
Sorry,
thank you
Suds.
to the, thank you to the staff for some very complex negotiations in a, I know, compressed amount of time and getting these to us. Thank you.
I was just getting ready to vote.
Oh, there you go.
Usually I forget
Sorry,
to turn on my
thank you.
mic.
I know you're so speedy. There you go. All right, so thank you, everybody, and thank you, Sergio, for acknowledging Casey and your team's work. We appreciate it, and Nicole's work as well. So with that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Casey. All right, we're moving on to item 7.3. which is the review, is to review and accept the Auditor General's plan for an initial risk assessment of VTA's BART Silicon Valley Phase 2 extension project. Scott Johnson, our Auditor General, is going to provide a brief presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board. I'll be brief. First, let me set the stage. In addition to the ongoing work that the Auditor General's Office does for VTA, we were also tasked by the board to focus on 3 distinct projects related to the BART to Silicon Valley project. And those 3 are supporting the Oversight Committee. The second is to come back to the Oversight Committee with ongoing monitoring reports related to the project. And the third is a comprehensive risk assessment of the project, which is the subject of this presentation this evening. We have already reviewed this report with the Oversight Committee as well as the Governance and Audit Committee. On the next slide. Oops. Can we go to slide 4? Thank you. The objective of this initial risk assessment is basically to identify, prioritize, and evaluate potential internal control risks related to the project. With that, we've done a lot of work up front already, and the AG team has identified 8 risk theme areas that we're focusing on. Each theme will have a separate focus risk assessment. The first risk theme that we're working on is the financial risk, because we believe that that is of the highest risk and had the highest ranking. And you can see the other 7 risk area themes that we will focus on a go-forward basis. Each assessment, we will assess risk and internal controls against leading practices that pertain to federal capital projects. This is required by the U.S. Government Accountability Office for any projects that receive federal fundings to the extent that this project receives. Moving to the next slide. This is just a quick graphic on the approach that the Auditor General's Office is taking in regards to each of our risk assessments. First, phase 1, we do a preliminary assessment where we obtain an understanding of the project. Second phase is the risk identification and prioritization. We then develop a customized risk register. So we've already done that in regards to the finance theme. And then finally, the third phase, which is the current phase that we're on, we developed a detailed scoping and conduct a risk theme assessment where we're looking at documents, we're surveying and providing interviews, and then we're testing methodologies to make sure that the controls that we are told are in place and the policies that we reviewed are actually being put in process. Some examples on the financial risk theme. we are looking at the invoice processing. We think this is really important because, after all, as has been discussed, this project involves billions of dollars with the B. And so we anticipate that on an ongoing basis, the Auditor General's Office will do ongoing assessments as it relates to the invoice processing. We'll also be looking at budget monitoring and reporting, and finally, the funding mechanisms related to the project. On the next slide, there's been some questions about the difference between the Auditor General's role in conducting these risk assessments and what the project management oversight contractor's office does that's hired by the federal government. So this slide shows that we add value and depth in evaluating the adequacy and effectiveness of VTA-specific policies, procedures, and processes, and those systems in place. So we are taking a detailed approach looking at VTA's specific policies, procedures, and practices. We're going to be conducting, as I mentioned, detailed testing to ensure that those controls, policies, and procedures are being followed, and then we will report back to this body, to this board, with our observations and recommendations. On the next slide, slide 7, this is basically a side-by-side comparing what the Federal Transit Authority's PMOC is tasked to do related to the project and what the Auditor General's Office is tasked to do related to these risk assessments. And then finally, on the last slide, moving forward, next steps. The AG team, as I mentioned, we're currently conducting the financial risk theme assessment. We will be providing updates on a monthly basis to the Oversight Committee on the progress of our risk assessments. We anticipate it will take about 3 months for each of the risk theme areas that we're focusing on. And then at the conclusion of each risk theme assessment, we'll provide a brief report with an assessment of the controls in place, any opportunities for improvement, and identify where any corrective action may be needed to address any internal control gaps. And then finally, I do want to give a shout out to RONAC. RONAC's been real key in working with us. We've asked them for a lot of information, a lot of documents, and we do acknowledge that given the various changes related to this project, they have to update, the project team is updating a number of documents, policies, and procedures. So we're being patient, but I do want to say it's been great working with RONAC because we're asking a lot of him, and he's doing a great job in being very responsive to us. So I'm available for any questions that the board may have in regards to this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. I'm going to first see if there's any members of the public that would like to speak on this item.
Chair, there are no hands raised in Zoom, nor do we have any blue speaker cards.
All right. Oh, I'm sorry, Jerry. Thank you for catching that. Jerry Grace, come forward. Welcome.
Good evening, everybody. Most of you guys who don't know who I am, I'm here before. My name is Jerry Grace. I live in City Sao Paulo. Well, I'm here because I saw information about 7.3 about BART. Will you please send me that information about BART on my email, because I always stay tuned with BART, and I would go to you guys' meeting. I haven't a chance to do it yet, but I want to stay tuned with you, BTA. And I know last meeting you had the mall, the rich mall, and I never went there before, and I want to go there this time, and I want all the information I can and check it out. I want to check out, and that's why I try.
Jerry, thank you for your comment.
But I try to finish my point, but I'm
sorry, we'll need to wrap up.
I know, That's the part I wanted to
We can have
add.
staff follow up. We don't have your email. If you can share that, we can
No,
make sure they send you
you
all the
do.
information.
Yeah, they have it. Because
Okay,
that's why
we
I
have
don't
it.
have it, because they already say that to me already. But
Perfect.
what I
Thank you,
tried to say was, where are they now? And because we don't know where they are now, they're not tell us where they are now. And that's what I wanted to say, because I don't know where they at, because that's what that's it what I wanted to point out, because that's what I'm trying to say. Try to give him a little bit more information, and I let him know I want to get to stay in a minute. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. All right, colleagues, I'm going to come back to all of you. We're going to close the public comment. And then I'm going to see if there are any questions. I'm going to start this side on my left, this time on my left, and on my right. I see none. Thank you, Scott. All right, so we're going to go on to item 7.4, and this is an, what's
Chair,
that?
it's an action
Oh,
item.
we had to receive that?
It's an action item.
But we're accepting it as a report, or it's a, okay.
I make
All
a
right.
motion
Thank
to
you, Sez.
approve.
We have a motion,
Second.
and we have a second. We had a lot of races for second. All right, no other comments? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes. Scott, thank you for that very clear report. Very helpful. We're going to move on to item 7.4, and this is an action item to adopt an oppose unless amended position regarding the legislation entitled Regional Transportation Revenue Measures, SB 1031. Author is Scott Wiener and Senators Wiener and Wahab. And I'm going to turn this over to Jim.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Typically, we would not be looking to the board for direction on an item that is covered by your adopted ledge program, but due to the importance of this on a regional level, as well as the importance to VTA itself, we did want your direction and your input on how we should proceed. I'd like to start by saying that we certainly support, VTA has been an active supporter of coordination and regional network management through our work with our fellow transit operators and the assistance of MTC. On this particular item, we're going to seek your approval to oppose this measure unless it's amended. Legislation directly impacts VTA, but due to Senators, the timing and content of our concerns is important to effectively influence proposed legislation. I wanted to point out that our MTC commissioners, Chair Chavez, Directors Mahan and Abe Koga, have been at the forefront of these discussions at MTC and forcefully arguing on our behalf. The current bill is complex. It covers several very different areas and can be confusing to track. Understand that to mean there are lots of rabbit holes that you can go down on this particular legislation. The presentation will cover a little bit of background, the tax issues, the transit consolidation, commute benefits, MTC's additional authority, and additional bonding authority, all of which is wrapped up in a bow in one bill. We'll ask your approval to take this position. A little bit of background on this. Last year, several bills were concerning transit that didn't finish the legislative process were combined for this year's session. And that's Senator Wiener's legislation to address the operating shortfalls of many of the key transit operators in the Bay Area. Senator Wahab's legislation to address transit consolidation. MTC's desire to address legislation creating the regional network management, MTC's legislation to address bonding authority, and to address commuter benefits. The proposed legislation would grant MTC authority to place a revenue measure on the ballot in the 9 Bay Area counties. Despite a list of various options, the only practical one, as those of us who've been involved in sales tax measures before know, is a sales tax measure. And the ability to raise a half a cent. The ability to raise $1 billion would require a half-cent sales tax in the 9 Bay Area counties. The slide before you shows what's at risk. Our annual sales tax revenue is almost $900 million in fiscal year 23. On a $1 billion revenue measure, approximately $290 million would come from Santa Clara County. Why is this important to understand? We are one of the original self-help counties. We support our transit operations through our locally generated sales taxes, 3 of which have expiration dates, and 1 of which is in perpetuity. There is a real risk in our ability to renew those expiring taxes. There is also a risk involved in future efforts to raise additional funds. There are limited times in which you can go to the voters to secure approval of these kind of efforts, especially at the 2/3 majority that's required. So we have a legitimate concern about the direct impact on our operating and our capital revenue. The bill, as it's currently written, does not talk about returning the revenues to the area in which they are generated, what's known as return to source. In conversations, and I will admit we've had many conversations with both MTC and Senator Wiener's office, we've heard, and this is only verbal, that, well, we're thinking between 50 and 80% could come back to the region where it's generated. This is a snapshot, and I think I sent some of this to you last night, of what a half-cent sales tax in the 9 Bay Area counties would look like. And this was calculated based on the quarter-cent TDA that's currently generated throughout the state of California and extrapolated for these counties to a half-cent. You will note Santa Clara County is almost 30% of the total amount of revenue that would be generated by a sales tax. In the legislation, they are talking about reserving $750 million a year of that $1 billion for purposes of supporting transit. And the first priority are those operators with a transit operating shortfall, followed by those operators with the largest ridership, and third, those areas, perhaps like us, that are looking to expand transit service for our riders. If you look at the column that's labeled 25 and 26, these figures come from MTC that were generated by the individual operators. They are estimates. They use different methodologies to calculate, but I think they give you a sense of what an operating shortfall in that time period is going to look like. The next item is the consolidation area. And I know from watching the Caltrain meeting earlier today that this was the major concern for their organization. We too have concerns with this legislation. As it's written, it talks about a consolidation plan done by either the UC Berkeley School of Transportation Institute or San Jose's Moneta Transportation Institute to study consolidation, followed by a plan generated by the California State Transportation Authority on consolidating all of those measures. And I will say that in conversations with Senator Wiener and with Senator Wahhab's staff, they say, well, you know, that's not what we mean. That is what the language says. And it talks about creating a centralized governance and management authority for all the transit operators in the Bay Area. As you know, VTA is many things. We're a sales tax authority, we're a congestion management authority, we're a joint powers authority, we're a construction entity, et cetera, and oh, by the way, we do transit. We're a partner, we're a regional partner, and you know, I frequently get a little bit hot under the collar when people say, oh, well, you're not thinking regionally. VTA puts millions of dollars a year into Caltrain we contribute 52% of Measure RR, as opposed to the other two counties combined, which produce their 25%, not begrudging them that at all. We are also paying for the complete operation of BART in Santa Clara County, and we pay our contribution shares toward ACE and Capital Corridor. Unraveling all of this would be incredibly difficult, and that's some of the areas there. Those of you who remember the unraveling of the redevelopment agencies will have a sense of how difficult it is to do exactly that. The next section is focused on commute benefits, and we certainly think commute benefits are a good thing. We work actively through our congestion management agency to look at commuter benefits. We have programs to encourage it. Our challenge with this legislation is twofold. Part of it would be created in law by the passage of the legislation, and that would be to allow MTC in the Bay Area Air Quality Management District to mandate by ordinance that they passed a commuter benefit to all employers in the Bay Area, and there's a menu of different options, and there's more listed in the memo that you have before you. That would be whether or not any kind of a ballot measure passed, and the implementation, the oversight of it, all of the cost of monitoring it would be borne by the local transit agencies, and there is no clear language that tells us about how this would be done. So we are concerned about that approach. It also goes further and authorizes a ballot measure, presumably part of the ballot measure regarding revenue, to require a regional transit pass for all employees in the 9 Bay Area counties, and that would eliminate the need of the previous ordinance. Covered employers are defined. They're 50 plus and located in the somewhat vague terminology of in proximity to transit. We think that there's a problem in the lack of clarity. We think that there's a problem in including this in the revenue measure because it could certainly impact passage. There are MTC issues as well. The bill would establish MTC as a regional network manager in law, enabling it to mandate schedules, frequencies, signage, etc. Failure to comply with these policies would allow MTC to withhold STA and TDA funds. As you approved in the consent calendar, our STA and TDA request for this year is $180 million. That is significant money that goes directly to our transit and to some capital operating. There is and has been, and my friends that are on the MTC Commission, serving you so well, also know that we don't always see eye to eye with MTC about what makes sense for Santa Clara County. And I think there can be legitimate differences in the approach taken by a county that it is one transit agency within the entire county, one local transit agency within the entire county that does not focus on San Francisco, but has the majority of its trips, not just transit trips, all trips, 80% and more, begin and end in Santa Clara County. Are we regional in thinking? I think the facts show that we are. Our concern is obvious. Funds could be withheld when they're not appropriate. Bonding issues. There is a long technical section that would provide MTC with the ability to bond against revenues from this proposed revenue measure, as well as future revenue measures. Future income from a revenue measure. It's unclear why this would be necessary if the purpose of this legislation is to assist transit operations. We would insist that bonding authority must be limited. It must be limited in terms of the amount that could be bonded against and the length. We have learned that here at VTA, and through this board's guidance, we have established strict limits on the amount of bonding that can be done, especially in Measure B. The risk of money that is being raised for these transit purposes would go to bond payments instead of transit operations. We think that's a significant risk. As a help, hopefully a help, in understanding this rather complex legislation, the consolidation issue would be legislated by this bill. The commute benefits are in two parts. The all employees with options would be legislated by the bill and then enforced by MTC and managed by, in Santa Clara County, VTA. The all transit pass would be a ballot measure. The revenue measure would be a ballot measure. MTC, as the regional network manager, would be legislated. And don't get me wrong, we have been active participants since the Blue Ribbon Task Force in regional network management and working hard to make sure that our system is coordinated with our neighboring systems. The bonding authority would be legislated whether the bill passed or not. The timeline that we're dealing with is here before you. The first hearing that this bill will receive is April 23rd at Senate Transportation, followed on April 24th by Senate Revenue and Taxation. This is, in fact, the first opportunity to impact the language of the bill. Our recommendation is to oppose unless amended. What is needed to address the risk to our current and future local revenue sources through ballot competition, a definition of return to source, and bonding authority that must be limited in terms of amount and term. STA and TDE funds could not be subject to MTC's unilateral policy directives. A consolidation should not be mandated. We have no objection to a study, which, by the way, will cost anywhere between $10 and $20 million and has been done multiple times in the past. But the result of the study should dictate where consolidation or coordination can be effective within the 9 Bay Area counties. And the commute benefits should certainly be governed locally. Last but not least, we should be able to communicate these concerns to the legislature in a timely manner, especially to the Senate Transportation Committee, where the first hearings will be held. I apologize for this lengthy discussion. I know it's a complicated issue, and there are strong feelings about it on both sides. I'm happy to answer any questions. Madam Chair, I turn it back to you.
Thank you very much. I'm first going to go to the public, and then I'm going to come to my colleagues. And I'll start with those that are in the room, and then I'll turn to those online. I'm going to invite up Harry Neal, Monica Mallon, and Max Siegel.
Good evening, everyone. Chairperson Chavez, Vice Chairperson Lopez. Thank you, sir, for your presentation. This is a very, very contentious issue, and I would like to support what was on the agenda, which is adopting an oppose unless amended stance on this item, because there are lots of problems with the bill in its current form, and unless it is amended, unless something changes about it, then I fear that the issue might be dead on arrival and no one would get anything for their transit, and I don't think that's acceptable. So I do hope that VTA, as well as some of the other agencies who have expressed their opposition to some of the parts of the bill, can get some of their concerns met, and we can get a bill that actually meets all of our needs in our region. Thank you.
Hi, just speaking on behalf of myself as a transit rider and advocate here in Santa Clara County. Also want to support the staff recommendation to adopt an oppose unless amended position. I've been involved with this regional measure since way before when it was SB 278 before the pandemic, and involved in the process for the past couple of years, as a pandemic recovery measure. And the public process was very extensive. I've sat through so many of these meetings, and there were countless opportunities for the authors to listen and to make changes. and that clearly has not happened, and what's in the bill goes against what MTC approved, which I think is just a huge issue. So I think it's very important for this board to send a strong message to the authors as this moves forward, so that they will seriously consider changes. You know, I think this could be a good opportunity for us to get funding for service, but we have to actually, you know, be aggressive with them and make sure that we get what we need. So strongly support the staff recommendation. I know that this is a tough vote because you know all the authors here, but I think this is a really important one and in the best interest of riders. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica.
Hi, my name is Max Siegel. I'm also here to support the staff motion for opposition. You know, a regional measure really needs trust, and it's becoming clear that that's eroding. You've been discussing this as commissioners and operators for years, and I don't know if we really can say what we're trying to achieve at this point. Are we trying to expand transit? Are we trying to plug a fiscal cliff? Are we trying to save BART? Are we trying to consolidate? The legislation is opaque, and it's really eroding trust. I don't trust the network manager. I don't think that we should have a bureaucracy 50 miles to our north where we're going to have to claw back our own funds based on what the definition of good transit is. I don't trust the fund allocation, and I don't trust a study that already has a predetermined outcome. The solution is a clean funding bill with clear allocations, return to source. Otherwise, I think you should adopt staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are all the speakers in the room. Do we have any online?
Yes, we have several hands raised, Chair. Before we begin, I'd like to note for the record that written public comments were submitted for this item, and they'll be available on VTA's online portal and the agenda packet. We'll begin with Kaylee, followed by Eugene. Kaylee, please accept the unmute and begin speaking whenever you're ready.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, loud and
Hi,
clear.
Yes, my name is Callie. I am from Cupertino. I am a master's candidate in urban planning. I ride a VTA occasionally, and I've taken Caltrain and Caltrain to SF, and when I was an undergrad at UC Berkeley, I rode BART there all the time. I think it's true that this is a tough issue, and at the same time, Bay Area Regional Transit does need funding to prevent cuts and expand service. Like, we've made so many investments in Santa Clara County in regional transit. There is a real risk that we're not going to be able to get the service that we planned for, we budgeted for, and we expect. So I think it's a tough situation, but I don't know if that's enough to get to a support if amended. But there is a real risk to VTA and to Santa Clara County. We all do better when we all do better, and I hope that we can keep working with MTC, working with the state senators on a much better bill, but it has to be able to get something that everyone can support.
Thank you. Up next is Eugene. Eugene, please accept the unmute and begin speaking whenever you're ready. Eugene, please accept the unmute and begin speaking whenever you're ready.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Eugene Bradley, Silicon Valley Transit Users. I echo some of the comments made regarding this. Just looking at this bill and how it would affect VTA, it does concern me about the lack of return to source. Even though I do support a badly needed consolidation of all these Bay Area transit agencies, this is something from somebody who spent most of his life taking public transit under one agency, New Jersey Transit, which consists of mostly private. This is a different animal, obviously, with different county agencies in the Bay Area. I get that the people Bay Area wide, and particularly VTA, concerned with things not just loss of revenue, but also loss of political identity. They don't want to come under the fear of coming under a regional banner can be rather intimidating to some people. So the only thing I would suggest between VTA, other transit agencies, MTC, and the legislature, work it out, please. Thank you.
Next up is Jordan, followed by Adina. Jordan, please accept the unmute and begin speaking whenever you're ready. Jordan Maldo, please accept the unmute and begin speaking whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Jordan Moldau, San Jose. Thank you for the presentation. Most of the staff recommendations make sense. You should definitely work to improve the bill, but I think you should do that with the spirit of wanting to support it. And I don't think it's necessary that VTA opposes it at this time. The bill is pretty clearly going to be amended. If you see section 2 of the bill name is blank. So clearly it was like a rough draft that they're still working on. So I think, you can go to them with the spirit of partnership and try and get all the things that we need. And I feel like they'll be receptive, and there's still a lot of opportunities to get the bill amended. The region desperately needs this funding measure. I don't think any of us want, 4 years from now, we've got a tunnel boring machine just sitting underneath San Jose and not doing anything because there's no longer a BART service that's going to run through that tube. So, we really need a funding measure. Let's make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Adina, please accept the unmute and begin speaking whenever you're ready, followed by Gerald.
Hello, Adina Levin with Friends of Caltrain and Seamless Bay Area. Like the previous speaker, urging the VTA board to work with the authors on amendments and hold off on taking an opposed position and work on something that you can support. There certainly are valid issues to address, including the kind of incoherent language currently on consolidation, including making sure that money is coming to VTA and especially funding the visionary network, which is great, and the bonding issues and protecting the ability to raise existing taxes. On network management is what brought us the fantastic Bay Pass that's increasing transit ridership for San Jose State students and hopefully many more in the future. And in terms of protecting existing taxes, it's really hard to imagine Santa Clara County voters to extend a local tax if Caltrain and BART are not running and the BART Silicon Valley project is halted. So these things are interdependent. Thank you.
Thank you. Gerald, please accept the unmute and begin speaking whenever you're ready.
Yes, this is Gerald Cawthon. I think your spokesman made some excellent reasons why this act should be strongly opposed unless it has got some major changes in there. I think he pretty well laid them out. I won't add to it, but this sounds like more uninformed, I won't say meddling, but more uninformed assumption that they understand how this region works better than the local agencies do. I don't think it'll fly. Thank you.
Thank you. Leanne, please accept the unmute and begin speaking whenever you're ready.
Thank you. My name is Leanne Chang. I'm a mom and transportation advocate. I don't have a driver's license, so I use public transit a lot for both my work and life. I'm just calling in support of you working with the SB 1031 authors on necessary amendments so that you can get behind it. Thank you.
And there are no more hands raised, Chair.
Puneet, thank you so much.
Madam Chair, may I just make a point in response to what we've heard from
As if
the
I
public?
could stop you. Go ahead, Jim. But thanks for giving me a little
Yeah,
attagirl
she
there.
knows me too well. This is a question of tactics. One of the challenges we've had is we've had many conversations regarding our concerns, starting with Mayor Mahan making the motion up at MTC and laying out our financial concerns in this. We've not gotten any kind of a substantive response, and that deeply concerns me. It doesn't just deeply concern me, it deeply concerns our professional lobbyists, and it concerns members of our delegation in Sacramento. That's why, reluctantly, because Senator Wiener has been one of the strongest advocates of public transit in the legislature. That's why, reluctantly, my recommendation to you, our staff recommendation, is that we take this oppose unless amended position. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Here's what I'd like to do. I'm going to close the public comment. Thank all of the speakers who both came and who gave us their feedback online. Normally, and I just want to give one piece of background, and then I'm going to start to my left, and I'm going to go to my right. And and so I just want to give you, like I said, one piece of background. So as a member of the MTC board, myself and Margaret and Mayor Mahan have all been very firm about what our concerns are. I don't think we've been unclear even a little bit. And our State Senator Cortese and our delegation have been asking us for weeks to give them something in writing that says, here's what we think, here's what we need in the bill, and here's how it will impact our community. I met with our staff, and we had an opportunity to meet with Senator Wiener's staff, and I later had a conversation with Senator Wiener, and I'm just going to make sure I convey to all of you what he conveyed to me. First, he asked us to take to send recommendations about what we'd like to see in the bill, and said, look, there's lots of time to still give feedback. I gave him the feedback that there really isn't that much time, and and all that said, that I just wanted you all to know that what I said to him is that I would absolutely convey his thoughts and his request that we send a list of our concerns that would be sent directly to the committee so that they could work on those concerns. What I told him is that if the board made a decision tonight to not oppose the bill unless amended, which we'll have that discussion, that I would still be bringing it back on the May 2nd date to oppose, because by that time I feel like there really would be these weeks of discussion, and I don't think we can wait past then to not even an amend, but just an oppose, because I think that's the situation we would be in. And the reason I said that to him is really, I want to repeat what Jim said, and that is that Senator Wiener has been in a class all by himself in terms of really, I mean, he and Senator Cortese, and before him, Senator Bell, in terms of fighting for resources for transit and doing a very good job at the state of making our case. The challenge we have is that he did that, Senator Cortese, and he really led the fight to make sure that we had resources that we got from the state this last year that really we needed them to be able to make sure that Muni stayed intact and that BART stayed intact. And frankly, I am concerned both about AC Transit and also Caltrain. And the only reason I said to him that I would raise this with all of you is because of the leadership he's played and us wanting to make sure that he knows that we respect that work. So I just wanted that as background. I obviously cannot make a commitment on behalf of the board. I just wanted you to know what that discussion was, because I think it's important that I share that with all of you. So what I'd like to recommend is I'm going to go and see if there are any questions or comments. I want to make sure everybody who wants to say something gets a chance to say something, and then we should put a motion on, because I just want to make sure we hear each other before, because this is just such an important issue. Is that okay as a way to proceed? I normally want a motion, but all right. This time I'm starting on my left again. I'm going to start with Suds and go to Otto, and then Rosemary, and then I'll come on to this side.
So from my perspective, there's we could do this two ways. We could say agree in concept with what Senator Wiener's trying to do, but with strong reservations for this, and this reasons. Or we could do the opposite and say we oppose unless there's significant amendments. And I tend to agree with the general idea. We have too many disparate agencies, and that we do need some consolidation. It doesn't have to be one, but when I look at the slide 5 here, and I see BART is the bulk of the shortfall. Okay, the total shortfall is $1 billion over 5 years, and then it's SFMTA. But here we are. We're building BART Phase 2, and we're putting $12.8 billion of public money into it, and $4 billion of our own taxpayer money. I mean, if you take away the federal matching and everything, but it's $4 billion of our own money. And if BART does not succeed, what's the point? So, I mean, to me, it's very important that we figure out how to make BART successful. I do like return to source, but somehow we have, I mean, if BART has serious issues, and they cut their um, their schedule to like every half hour or every hour. It'll be like Caltrain. And, you know, we're trying to electrify Caltrain, putting a lot of money into Caltrain, and if they cut service, what's the point? The whole point is to increase service. So when these agencies have these shortfalls, they're going to cut service, and that defeats the purpose of building BART Phase 2. So my experience with Seamless was that we were trying to coordinate schedules between different agencies, come up with a database that's compatible between the agencies so you can exchange schedule information. And we oppose Seamless, and I don't think there's been any movement towards coming up with common schedule databases as far as I know. In general, I agree with what Senator Wiener's trying to do. I don't want us to tax ourselves to subsidize other areas that should be taxing themselves better. But we have to make public transit succeed. I mean, that's the business we're in. And so that's my perspective on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Otto?
I have a procedural question. I think we are pretty much in a very much of a consensus, as in the way the current bill is being written is a no-go. And so I just want to make sure I understand what you were talking to Senator Wiener earlier, and that is, if we don't take an action at all tonight, we could still take an action in the May meeting? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. What I had raised with him was, or what he was suggesting is that we would still send a letter that says, here are all of our concerns. And in the letter, I would reference that I would be asking for an oppose if we can't remedy those at the May 2nd meeting. Because what I didn't want to do, candidly, was I don't want to send a letter in that's neutral. We're not neutral. He was saying, you know, he was asking for us to give him the space not to kill the bill before it got a chance to have discussions. But I would absolutely bring back on May 2nd an opposition if our key issues can't be addressed, and we wouldn't have a choice. It would be very irresponsible of us not to do that. So, but the reason I wanted to hear from all of you is that I really wanted to make sure that we were speaking in one voice. And so what I would be doing on behalf of the board is sending a letter outlining the concerns that that Jim raised, and those, making sure that those issues could be addressed and remedied.
So do we still need a motion to do that? Let's say if we have a
Yes,
consensus.
we would. I would want, because I would want your voices as part of that, so
Right.
yes.
So a motion would be for VTA staff to draft this letter highlighting all these issues that we have to be sent to the senator for changes to be made to the bill, and for the whole board to reconsider this issue on May 2nd.
Well, with a predisposition for opposition if these
Right.
concrete issues weren't addressed,
Right.
yes.
Something like that. Can I make the motion then?
No, what I was
no.
saying earlier, you know what? He's right next door to me, so I can. No, what I wanted to do was I wanted to let everybody share their piece, and then if frankly, I that way we would be sending something that really was consensus based.
Fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rosemary.
So I think we have an interest to have, you know, a transit system that's region-wide, and I think that we've done several things to be able to facilitate that. I'm very concerned that, and I just want to ask Jim directly if I heard correctly, that there's been no substantive response. Is that correct?
That's part of the problem, Rosemary, that we have frequently, I mean, Mayor Mahan, Cindy, Margaret, they have all made these points in various formats, and frankly, what we hear back is, we hear you. At this point in the legislative process, on something that requires buy-in, I think we need to make the strongest point possible. Not that we object to the goals of this bill, but we need to make sure that our problems with the bill are met. And the advice that we've been given is this would be the best method to get their attention.
So, you know, I was sort of coming into this with sort of an openness of, oh, how do we get to yes, and, you know,
Yeah,
let's be good players and all of that.
Of course.
But this really worries me because I'm not hearing that they really hear us. Oh yeah, you're there, over there, down there somewhere in South Bay. And that to me is like, no. So I kind of want to work with Senator Wiener, Senator Wahab, and, you know, kind of, yeah, we can work this out. But I don't see that according to what Jim says. And so I don't see any differences between now and May. And so I want to be hopeful, and hopefully I could hear some good news from my other colleagues. But if this is the way it is, then I don't know. I don't want to be sort of, I mean, I can be convinced, but I just feel a little bit sort of concerned that there hasn't been an openness on their part, and all they could tell you is, I hear you. Do they really? Are they listening? Or, you know, I mean, I just feel like that's not okay. So I'm feeling a little bit sort of like nervous about this whole thing.
If I may, I don't want to feel like I'm in a position of, you know, trying to convince you one way or another. I'm not. I'm trying to point out that there is a significant financial, even an existential risk to VTA's finances, given the way this is currently proposed. And I and your colleagues on the board have made these arguments, and at this point, we would think we would have had some more substantive response. That does not mean we aren't going to work cooperatively and try to get to yes. We will certainly keep trying.
Thank you, Jim. Thanks, Rosemary. I'm going to go to Carolyn and then Matt and then David.
Just to answer really quickly what you had just said, we've been talking about this the last 2 meetings, and you're right, there hasn't been any substantive change or response to us based on the concerns that we have had and shared here month over month, and that is primarily to myself, to the other MTC commissioners, that just there hasn't been any movement, and we are very supportive of Senator Weeder trying to fix this. We want to understand what is going on. My position has been that we want the ability for them to be able to raise money if they can, but we want the ability to not have to potentially opt out if it's not to the benefit of our agency, and not just our agency. It's really to our riders, to our customers, to our taxpayers, and that's really what it has been. So we haven't seen that movement that you said month over month.
And one thing I'll just add, so I sit on an ad hoc committee at MTC that has also been reviewing the bill. And MTC is trying to come up with options that are reflective of feedback that they're getting, not just from us, but from, because every agency in the region has some perspective on this. And I think what, Jim, you're referring to is that when the legislation came out, there hasn't been changes to through the legislative process. Am I right, Jim, about that?
There have not, and nor have there been any offers of language or even concepts that would address our issues.
And so what I would also just acknowledge is that MTC has their legislative committee meeting coming up, and I know Mayor Mahan sits on that. Matt, when is the meeting? Is it a week from tomorrow or something?
Coming up.
Is it tomorrow? Oh, I was going to say, we'll see you there.
I will
Anyway,
be there.
so we'll hear more from MTC, but but the decision making right now is actually we're going to give input to it, but I think what Jim is referring to is the state. And I want to be clear about that because I don't want our partners at MTC to think that we don't acknowledge the work that they're doing. Rosemary, did you have something else? No. Okay. Was that you, Carmen? Yes. I'm so
Yes,
sorry.
that's me. Thank you, Chair. So as I said before, I'm taking a hardline approach. I'm totally against this concept from MTC and from our state legislators. First of all, it takes away our local control. We need to keep our local taxes here to support our residents. And I really feel that if we do this, we go that route, we'll become so big that we'll become so bureaucratic, and we basically lose our control to tax ourselves to help our residents. So I'm a hardline no. I don't even want to amend it.
Thank you, Carmen.
Great. Thanks, Chair. And Jim, thank you for the presentation. I think you summarized it all really well. And as you mentioned, I'm grateful to Chair Chavez and Director Abekoga for their strong advocacy. And I know Director Davis has raised similar concerns in her role with Caltrain. I have a sort of uncomfortable question, which is even if we do work these things out, and I think we should try, return to source, coordination over consolidation, at least not mandating consolidation, et cetera. The commuter benefits, everything you've outlined, I'm wondering, and I don't know to what extent you discussed this with Senator Wiener, if the right answer for us is an ability to opt out, because I'm still worried about voter fatigue and the crowding out effect. And I haven't yet seen the analysis, and I apologize if I missed it, as to whether or not passing this would actually, it doesn't obviate our need to go renew the other measures. And so timing, and even if it is returned to source, is it enough? We're still gonna have to renew other measures, and the timing may not work out. And so the truth is, if we were gonna do return to source, the rest of the region wouldn't be relying on our dollars anyway, because they weren't gonna get them. So the answer may be for the rest of the region to, in a way, catch up with what we're doing, which is to tax themselves to fund transit operations, which we've already done multiple times, allow us to opt out and continue doing that on our own time frame and at the scale that is appropriate for what we need, and not have to be tied in with the rest of the region, given that we've already gone far out ahead of them in terms of the number of times and the dollar amount by which we're using sales tax measures to fund local operations. So I think we all support the idea of getting more dollars into transit, having a more coordinated regional network. I think working in good faith to try to get to a point where we might want to be party to it is great. But without the ability to opt out, I still really have concerns about whether or not the timing's gonna work, and it's gonna torpedo something that's even more vital for us to do that cycle or the next cycle. And I just think we need to be mindful of that as well. So I'll share back to you. That was my only comment, but I'm curious if that came up in your conversation.
Matt, I did reflect with him on two things, and one was that we tax ourselves at a higher rate for transportation than any other county in the 9 Bay Area counties. So I did make that clear. And the second issue that I raised, that I think between 2034, 36, that we have 3 measures that we need to renew. And he knew, and he was saying that, look, the partnership you have with BART may be a way to address that, because maybe it means that you won't have to go out for a sales tax for operations for BART. The challenge again for us is that what we generate is actually quite a lot of money relative to even that contract. And so he was aware, and his only response on that, not only, but his point really was that, we recognize that there needs to be a very strong return to source. The challenge for us is that it impedes our ability to have the flexibility to plug the holes at a local level.
Right.
So, but he was aware of that, and was really trying to think about whether or not the relationship we have with BART could be restructured as a way to have return to source be more meaningful for our riders.
Okay. And I would hope that.
But Carolyn just leaned over and said, well, BART has to agree. And I said, yes, I understand that.
Right.
And they, yeah.
We'd have to work that out. My hope would be that the message would be, we don't want to hold back the region. We don't want to be in a position
That's a good point.
of opposing. In fact, if we need to, for whatever reason, opt out and the other 8 counties decide they want to go forward, great. We'll cheerlead, we'll send volunteers, we'll say we think it's a great idea for you all to do this because guess what? We're going to have to go do it 3 more times as we've done in the past.
Right.
But I think this question of voter fatigue and crowding out can't be underestimated, and I'm not sure that there's an easy way to resolve this, even if we're okay with the terms of what this would actually do from a policy perspective.
And I think one of the other issues that I would want to make sure was in any correspondence between us and the Senate would be with specificity about when they even want to go on the ballot. Because the other problem for us is that there's no timeline and it doesn't designate like this is a one-time thing, and so that also has a challenge for us. So thank you for that.
I do want to say that the conversations we've had with Senator Wiener's staff is that definitely the $750 million to go every year to transit operations is not necessarily what is needed everywhere. And so that's part of it. And we would be, if we're giving $290 million a year, we'd have to return some, which is fine, because we could always use it for transit operations, but we need to really think about that. And I think the other concern that we've had when we talked to them, because I asked this question specifically, was to his staff is, if Santa Clara County wasn't part of it, and say the 4 North counties, which may or may not go, and I think they're less concerned about it. It really is focused on getting us there. Do you have enough money to cover the shortfall? And they said that even at a penny, they wouldn't. So they need us for the money.
So much for return to source.
David?
I do have a question kind of along the lines of where Suds was going, I think, on the regional concern about BART and Caltrain. How does return to source, I don't know who I'm asking specifically on this one, but how does return to source look when there's regional agencies that serve Santa Clara County residents, like Caltrain and BART, and it's not clear that that it's coming to VTA, but it's helping making sure that all the users in Santa Clara County who ride Caltrain still have Caltrain service. So what does return to source look like under that environment?
I think that's a great question, David. The riders in Santa Clara County who travel on Caltrain or ACE or Capital Corridor or BART are paid by largely by local sales taxes generated in Santa Clara County. And that's what we mean by return to source. It gets used here in the county from which it was generated. We recognize, and more to Sud's point, we don't want to see BART fail. We don't want to see Caltrain fail. But we don't want to see VTA fail either.
Right. I understand.
But I think to answer your question is that that formula has not been worked out. And so what it could mean is it could mean that everybody who's got a BART alignment in it, that the return to source for us X number of years is money going from Santa Clara County into BART based on like onboardings or offboardings or something like that. So that part hasn't been figured out, which is why I think there's a lot more hesitancy because it's not clear about how that would be worked out.
Right.
And that's not done yet.
And there's some not clarity regarding what return to source means, in the sense that I think if we're talking about return to source, we really have to be very clear that says the revenue generated needs to return to the county that it's generated from, because there has been discussions about, well, return to source could be by ridership, which means we would generate more, but we wouldn't get that back because we don't generate as much ridership as, say, Alameda County or whatever. So we do have to be very clear when we say return to source, what we mean by that going forward.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, and I'm concerned about the idea of using current ridership in a model when there's projections for future ridership that we're hoping to achieve. That's another part of it too. Given all of our concerns with this, is there a scenario by which amendments would lead us to ever support this legislation? I guess that's to me, the
Well,
ultimate
that's not, I mean, let me just say this, no disrespect to Jim, that's up to you all.
Well, no,
Yeah.
okay, I guess I understand that. I guess maybe it's a question to leave out hanging out there, because I'm curious as to, if we were to say, here's the changes we want, would we even support the bill at that point? And that would sort of dictate how we act and what our steps are in this process, I think now. I can go back another point that Sud's made. I've always preferred the support if amended approach as opposed to the oppose unless amended approach. It comes in with a little bit more of a cooperative stance, and obviously we might be frustrated by the responses we're getting so far, but that to me is immaterial. I mean, we're going to have a certain deadline to either support or not based on whether they make the changes we want or not, and whether we feel like we've had the response before doesn't matter to me as much as saying, here's the changes we need to support this bill. And I guess the question would be, is support if amended realistic? Because would we even support it if it was amended? And that I'm not sure I'm hearing consensus that we could even get to that point. So that's all I want to sort of add to the conversation.
Thank you, appreciate it. I'm going to start at this end, and I'm going to, Marie? I had your name down, so.
Happy to go next. I'm feeling a lot of the same thing that everybody else is, and in the years I've been involved in VTA, I feel like what's actually happened for me has been more about keeping things from getting worse in Gilroy and Morgan Hill than actually succeeding at increasing services. I think all of you know we're about 110,000 residents in Gilroy and Morgan Hill, and already just in our own county alone, we do not have the same frequency or number of trains or buses that the rest of our own county has. So imagine for the 110,000 people that are in Gilroy and Morgan Hill what this would do. We're not even showing on their maps as existing. So I just want to say that this would absolutely make it worse for Gilroy and Morgan Hill residents, even though improving transit in the entire 9 Bay Area counties is certainly a goal. But I'm here representing South Santa Clara County, and at a minimum, this needs to be opposed unless amended, and whether or not it would ever get to something to support, from our perspective, I don't know till I see it. So that's just what I want to contribute here.
Thank you. Omar?
Yeah, thank you. I'm echoing what everyone else is saying. The loss of revenue is concerning. Have our bargaining units taken a position on this bill?
They have not, but some of the unions have been involved in conversations. There's a general feeling of unease at this point.
So they're leaning more against it? Opposing it, I'm assuming.
I think it would be fair to say that it depends upon the union that you're talking to. And for in the past, let me talk about in the past. When consolidation was studied in the past, the unions were very opposed because it would involve changes to union contracts, probably down to the least common denominator. If nothing else, if as a union card-holding driver here at VTA, would I want my seniority to be bumped by the people in San Francisco and AC Transit and all the rest? So in the past, there has been opposition.
Yeah. Do we have any union representatives here who can answer the question?
So I
trust him, but
no,
I just think it's important.
Carolyn had a conversation with the head of the Labor Council.
So I think the two concerns is always been consolidation, because every contract, it just happens to be the way the Bay Area grew up is the way they funded transportation, and we're all with our own little sources. I think, and we all have our agencies. We're a big agency. I would say that the two concerns they have been consolidation. What does that mean? But the second thing is they don't want any threat to the VTA services or to the growth of VTA services. For them, that's jobs. And so my conversations with them is they feel that if there's a threat to the services of VTA, they wouldn't want to support that. And that has been what I've been hearing.
So, and our local SEIU and our local ATU have both expressed opposition positions. Yeah, you bet. I'm going to go to Deb and then Pat and then Sergio.
Thank you. I just want to ask, since we didn't, the presentation was a little bit different this morning it just structured differently this morning at Caltrain. We had the same conversation at Caltrain, and just to be clear, the vote there was an oppose unless amended. And Samtrans also last night, voted to oppose unless amend, and they will be sending both agencies. I chair Caltrain will be sending a letter, and I know Samtrans will be sending a letter. The one at Caltrain will be very specific about which amendments, and there were 4 items, and so I'm happy to discuss that. But I wanted to talk about, ask Jim, are there specific amendments that? So you've listed out things that need to be addressed. Are there specific amendments that you've been working on with Ryan from Senator Wiener's office?
We have been expressing a variety of different options, and I think more to the point that Mayor Mahan made, opt-out is certainly an option. If you think about Measure RR, that format worked incredibly well. And that was a question of opt-in. That's certainly an option that one could look at. Things like consolidation, I think, are, I know it was the subject of a lot of conversation at Caltrain. I don't think the VTA board is as concerned as Caltrain, but I think the reasonable approach is to separate a study from a consolidation plan.
Correct.
It's just a reasonable thing. So yes, we do have a list. These are the high level. And again, we could get to a point where we could come back to you and recommend that, yay, Senator Wiener, you've done a great job.
Sure. So I just want to be clear with the board. Caltrain is taking a very hands-on approach to amendments, and has listed out for the board a number of specific amendments that they've been discussing and for us to put into the letter. So I would like us here at VTA when we do the letter, regardless of what stance, I've heard support of amended, oppose unless amended, regardless of the stance we take, even if it's just a strongly worded letter and we will vote next month, to be specific about the amendments we want, because the timeline is on our side right now. We're ripe for amendments, and we need to have them. So I just want to be clear about that specific thing, and then I want to go through the things that Caltrain, since we are a member agency, put on the list, as well as the things that I think, in addition to Caltrain's issues, that VTA has. So specifically for Caltrain, you saw them on the list, and I've heard folks, which warms my heart, I have to say, express concern about Caltrain's coming fiscal cliff, even though it is much, much, much smaller than other agencies that have been listed. So that Caltrain is advocating for direct Caltrain operations support, as you might imagine, and also for the TDM to the pass issue, to hold harmless the go pass that Caltrain has, so the revenue generation that Caltrain has for the go pass. That, I think, is something, I know you didn't mention it, and maybe a smaller issue here, but we also have a smart pass, and we also stand to lose revenue, and I think that should be mentioned. The consolidation issue was the Caltrain board has already taken a position against consolidation, and I personally feel very strongly against consolidation in specific for Caltrain and BART. And VTA, frankly, we're such a big county that us consolidating with anyone else doesn't make any sense either. And so there was a lot of discussion about that. My contribution to that I will repeat here is that just the cost of the assessment of consolidation is in the tens of millions of dollars, so $10 to $20 million. I've heard as high as $30 million just to do the assessment piece. That's not even the plan or actually doing the consolidation. And for those of you who spent any time having to listen to me in the last 5 years about the governance issues at Caltrain. And for those who have been through those issues on this board, the governance issues with a 3-member agency took 5 years and are still ongoing, as Evelyn can attest to. Any number of agencies consolidation, these are member agencies who opted in a long time ago to go together. Any issues around consolidation of any number of agencies who might be doing it against their will because the legislature just decided to make a plan for them to consolidate. We're talking about years and years of work from lawyers and board members before you get to any benefit of consolidation for riders. Coordination has potential benefits in a much sooner time frame for a much lower price tag. And I think it's very important for us to be very clear about that in our letter, because when they're talking about consolidation, they talk about, oh, seamless ridership across the bay and regional transportation, but they're talking about something very far away in the future, possibly, and a lot of pain until we get there. Coordination has benefits that can happen. Frankly, if BART was willing to coordinate better on their schedules, just at Millbrae with Caltrain, we would have better transportation regionally for train riders the next time schedules got changed. And that doesn't happen right now. So I think that we need to be clear about what we want instead of this consolidation quagmire, I would argue. And then the fourth item was the timing that is in the bill on certain items. When the bill gets passed into law, some things start, regardless of whether a measure even goes on the ballot or when it goes on the ballot. That's a huge issue because those are unfunded mandates from the state. We have to mention that. We absolutely have to mention that. There's no funding in the bill for those things that start when the bill is passed, regardless of whether there's new money or not. And that, of course, means that MTC would probably be tasked with those things, and then there's less money coming to us from MTC. And then I get started on the MTC issue regarding Santa Clara County. And I talked about this a little bit today. I think MTC is so focused on regional seamlessness, and we haven't talked about this too much today here at this board, and we didn't talk about it until I brought it up at Caltrain either, which is MTC being focused on regional seamlessness is often, and thank you, Jim, for really mentioning, is often at the expense of local riders. And in Santa Clara County, we're talking about 80% of the riders being local. I don't know that MTC cares about that, because if they did, we would be getting more of a share of the dollars now than we are. So we need to be really clear about that issue and the fact that there's tension there. There's not, even if there's more money, if there's not more money coming to us locally, then there is increased tension as opposed to reduced tension with the regional seamlessness. And then the last issue that I would bring up is the accountability issue. When MTC went out to poll and they included a, hey, should BART and Caltrain consolidate question without asking any of the boards if we wanted that. One of the things that polled really high in a potential measure was improved accountability with regional transportation, regional transit agencies. I don't know how getting, and there's a lot of giving MTC more power and more oversight of existing funds, not just these new funds in the bill. I don't know how giving MTC more oversight improves accountability or transparency to the taxpayers in any way, shape, or form. And we need to be clear about that. Because in my experience, what happens when MTC oversees funds is they take 10% off the top, right? I think it's 10%. And so if they're getting if they're getting oversight of more funds that already exist, more pots of funds that already exist, that means less money for all of us regionally, all the transit agencies regionally. And we know, as we're already a donor county to MTC, so we will get less money for operators. And I think we need to address that as well. So all of these things, I'll be honest, I think for Caltrain, the issues are slightly less, frankly, than, or less serious than the issues for VTA. And I said this morning as chair, okay, I want us all, we all sit on multiple boards, to wear our Caltrain hat when we're talking about this. I'm trying to follow my own advice tonight and wear my VTA hat and say, yes, I want direct operations money for Caltrain because they are approaching this fiscal cliff. But as a VTA board member, I have a lot more reservations with the bill than even I have as a Caltrain board member. And so as a VTA board member, I'm leaning towards the oppose unless amended, because I think I just said like 8 different things that we have to include that I have concerns about as a VTA board member. So for all of that, obviously we still have a couple more folks to go, but that's where I'm leaning.
I'm going to make a motion for her to write the letter. Are you okay with that? I was trying to take notes, but I'm like, I'm taking your notes. All right. Pat?
Yeah, thanks. So following on to what a lot of folks have said, in particular Dev's last comments, and in particular what was Jim had spoken about earlier on whether we've been heard. And Caltrain and Samtrans have been speaking up forcefully, articulating their concerns, and I actually believe we have been heard. And I think that the deafening silence in response to our concerns is the answer. That they don't agree and will not agree, especially as long as we go hat in hand and say, please listen to us. Between San Mateo County and Santa Clara County, we're about 40% of the revenue, almost that portion of the voting population. This thing, if the revenue measure wouldn't have a chance without the support of our 2 counties and the leadership in our counties. We have a strong voice, but not if we simply ask to be heard, which we've been doing. And I wish that wasn't the case, but that does appear to be so. And I'll say that on this consolidation issue, that is an even greater concern for Caltrain, because really the big eye is BART's eye on Caltrain. And first, as someone who's experienced this in the public and the private sector both, the notion that a bigger agency is more efficient or more agile is really a myth. And, but that's where this is headed. But what's the objective of this consolidation component? It's to achieve coordination. We will all agree that we want coordination of schedules and fares. And in some of the best models, like in Switzerland, the Zurich model, they spent several years first to make sure all of their transit agencies that are still independent first had to be on schedule, because you can't coordinate schedules if somebody doesn't show up. Yeah. And then they move toward fare and service coordination. And I think that is absolutely what we need to do, and that we should have a set of incentives to drive that. I think that if we can even have incentives for small bus agencies in some of these counties to consolidate willingly, providing them incentives, but a hostile takeover is a non-starter to me. And so then, and we look at, I think that one of the best components of this are the commute benefits, and the whole notion of driving passes into the hands of workers and low-income residents, I think is essential, especially given that our transit agencies have surplus capacity and have surplus capacity for the foreseeable future. What we want to do is make it easier for people to ride these systems. And so coordinated of schedules and having passes for those who would ride regularly, I think is a really important thing. So where's BART's monthly pass? Doesn't exist. And I think that what we need to do is see a movement in that direction toward commute benefits. I think that's one of the most positive things about this. And one of the reasons that I'm supporting oppose unless amend, and that's amend substantially, is that we don't have much time. When this hits the Senate Transportation Committee, if it gets out of there, good luck trying to change it substantially after it leaves that committee. It's not impossible, but unlikely. And we've been talking for months, and we haven't seen diddly in a change. And I just don't have the faith that that's going to be the case. At least Senator Wiener, who has been a great transit advocate and supporter, is talking with folks, even though we aren't seeing any substantial change. What I understand is Senator Wahab is not even showing up for meetings and not engaging, even though she represents a good portion of our county. And I don't get it. Where is the representation that Milpitas and other cities in our county are supposed to be getting from their senator there, when she won't even engage on something so important? Those are the primary reasons that I think we need to make sure that we're not only heard, but we're responded to. We have a powerful voice along with San Mateo County, and this is the only way that I think we're going to be paid attention to, unfortunately.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Sergio, and then I'll come back for a motion. I'm going to go to Sergio, and then well, actually, do you mind if I go? One thing I did want to say, just Senator Wahab, I know has met with some members of our board. I've certainly met with her, and so I do want to just say that I don't know if she has not engaged with Caltrain, but she has engaged with us. Yeah. And she's engaged, but not. Well, I just wanted to. I just didn't want to leave it that she hadn't engaged yet with us, because as the chair of the VTA board, I did meet with her. Margaret? Oh. And then Sergio will get the last word before we go to a motion.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to my colleagues for all of your great comments. I know I don't have a vote on this, but I thought I would just offer a couple of comments as one of the MTC reps. And I guess I'm looking at this as not only taking a position to share with the legislators, but also with our MTC commission. We've been talking about this for many weeks and months, and I appreciate this board sending a letter to the commission with concerns. I haven't seen a response to that, as mentioned. The MTC Commission voted to take out consolidation and go with coordination. So for it to still be in the bill, to me, frankly, just makes me question how much we are being heard. And at our last MTC board commission meeting, we had a discussion on this. I'd be curious to hear from my colleagues, but I got the sense that, MTC is a co-sponsor of this bill, and yet there's this impression that they even have lost control of it. And actually, our chair had a great analogy of the car's is going off and we're holding on to the bumper. And so, and then what really, another thing that I brought up this morning at Caltrain too is the timing of all this. The Senate hearing, the first one I believe is on April 23rd. We have an MTC, our retreat workshop I believe is 24, 25, and then the second hearing is on the 25th. And when I saw that, I guess I had to question, how much will MTC's because that's the workshop is where we're supposed to be discussing this. At the last commission meeting, we wanted to. They said, be patient, we'll talk about it at the workshop. But the workshop is happening just as the hearings are already happening. So that's really what makes me question how sincere, sincere this idea of listening to us is. And so, we can, and so I really think it is time to take a position. Opposed unless amended still leaves room for amendments to happen and the VTA and the commission, the agencies to change that position and support it. I actually think, Mayor Mahan, your comment about opting out is really critical. I just, doing the math, it's just simple math behind the envelope. I just don't see how this measure is going to be sufficient for VTA. So I don't see how we can support this unless we have the option to opt out. So I appreciate Director Davis and all of the amendments. I think the clearer we are with what we want to see, the better. And it'll be up to what comes out of it. And if those amendments are added, great, then we can support it. But if not, I just don't, I think we just have to take a stand and say we oppose it. Because I just don't see the benefit of this for VTA at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Sergio.
Thank you so much, Jim, for the excellent presentation, and you and your staff and all the work, and our board members who've been meeting on this, including on other boards, all the work that's been going on. I'm thinking, I don't think there's a single comment up here that's been made tonight about the problems with this piece of legislation that I would disagree with in any way, including Margaret, what you're saying, and Matt about just the problems if you just kind of take a step back and really look at what are we doing here from more of a first principles approach. That said, I am not even personally going to get into the issues with the legislation because it is just such a complete non-starter, such a mess that if we had it in front of us, I have no doubt that we all would oppose it just based off the issues. I mean, it just is not. Even if you support the goals, just not something that can be implemented in any way, shape, or form. And I'm not even going to get into the bonding issues, which we haven't talked a lot about, but that just massive red flags in how that's been written and the lack of clarity. And we've heard a lot, including from advocates, and I really appreciate everyone who is engaged on both sides of this issue, about something that some of my colleagues up here have echoed, which is that we really are interdependent in a lot of ways, and we don't just have VTA writers, and we don't only have BART writers and Caltrain writers, but to some extent, we're all interdependent, and a lot of times that's used to point the finger at us at VTA. But I'd like to remind us all that the flip side is true as well, and that these systems also need our interconnection and our ridership, and for VTA to be healthy and sustaining our levels of service for some of the plans that they have to succeed as well. And so again, I couldn't be more agree more strongly with the issues that have been raised, and yet where I end up, I really appreciate, Chair, the comments that you shared about your conversations, and because we've been told very directly by someone who has been a consistent champion for transit and of VTA, our agency in particular, in working with our delegation about specifically where we are at this moment with the legislation and the optics and issues at this point within a post statement, even if it's opposed if amended. I'm really struggling with that action tonight. I'm not sure if that's something that I can support tonight. And because we've been invited to come to the table, and you know, I hear all the issues with not getting a response, but you know, frankly, because I've had experience, and you know, I know we all have with how the legislation gets passed. We all know that it's getting rewritten up until those final committee votes. And what I would really like to see is to take the whole list of issues that we've raised, that staff has raised, you know, that Director Davis laid out, and you know, any others that folks might have. And not just write a letter, but work with our state senator Cortese, chair of the Transportation Committee Cortese, on specific amendments and language that we would like to see added, and continue to work through that process, because I really want to believe that there's I want to see the action reciprocated and the good faith I know VTA is bringing. And then if we don't see those changes, you know, at the May meeting, I would vote to oppose the legislation, because, you know, as we've said, that there are just massive issues with implementing it. But I would like to see us try to work through that process, and maybe, you know, we'll get some motion in a minute and see what that is. But I really struggle with saying now we've lost faith in any further negotiations, and we're gonna just oppose, which I know is not what staff is saying. I just worry about sending that message tonight. So that's where I am. But really, feedback and the discussion has been great. And again, I don't think there's anything been said that I would disagree with in terms of the issues here.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to, I see Deb has her light on.
Thank you. I would like to, I'm having trouble counting, but I'll put a motion out for discussion. I would like to support the staff recommendation, and we have a lot of comments on potential amendments, but I'd like to say oppose unless substantially amended. And then I'd also like to direct staff, as Director Lopez mentioned, to work with Senator Cortese, and I would say also Senators Wiener and Wahab, on specific amendments that are most important to us. And I'll add to that, I know I made a lot of comments. There were also a lot of comments about opting out. And I'll leave that to Jim and Cindy to the way they want to craft that. But I think it's important to send a strong message that our MTC delegation and MTC, the MTC board was not heard on the coordination issue. And so, and again, I really think that we've been ignored before too much at the level of MTC, and that's why I think it's important for us to come out and say, look, we have a lot of issues, and we have to oppose this unless it's substantially amended, and you can
Pat,
word however you want about it coming back in May.
Thank you, and Pat seconded it. Okay.
Second, and I'd just like to add one further thing, which is that a funding measure, which I think is needed, one that is a return to source, lifts all boats. And that's what we want to see for transit in the region. is all transit agencies' help. We want to see more transit and the broad support for it. So I just wanted to add that thought. Thank you.
So we have a motion and we have a second, and what I would like, this is kind of a difficult one because everybody had so many good points. But what I would like to recommend is that we build off of the backbone of what Dev laid out, along with the feedback that was raised by everybody else. Are folks comfortable with that? Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
Just one last comment that wasn't as, we need to actually make sure we are in the need to expand our service and to make sure that's able to be done within this bill and that it's not focused just on shortfalls because we cut our service back many years ago. And so I just want to make sure that is a point that's very clear that we would need dollars for an expansion of service.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Were you done? Okay. Thank you, Carolyn. So, colleagues, I feel like we do have enough information. I think we know the spirit, and I just want to lift up what Sergio said. I do think we want to really be clear with our leaders how much we appreciate the fight they've had. And I want to say, I think one of the ways that Senator Wiener was able to get money to us was because he made a commitment to lead an effort to have local revenue be able to sustain ourselves because the state said don't come back. And so I want to acknowledge that, and I want to make sure we acknowledge that in writing. So with that, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay.
Abstain.
We have one abstention. And then, colleagues, I just want to acknowledge we have one more really important issue for public session, and then we have a long closed session. So we're going to invite our staff up right now to come up with item 7.5. And this is and Carolyn's going to introduce the VTA BART Silicon Valley Phase 2 Extension Project update.
As I said earlier in my remarks, that one of the milestones that we hit this last month was being able to submit for the New Starts Engineering. This is key. Tom McGuire will explain a little bit about what those milestones are, but this now begins the point where we begin to finalize what that project cost will be, what we are going to, or that we will be tracking by, as well as what the final, what the amount will be that we are, would be expecting from the Federal Transit Administration. So this is absolutely key. So I'm going to pass it over to Tom to cover a couple items this evening.
Okay. Thank you, directors. I will try to go as quickly as I can here. There's a lot to convey, but so we've been showing you this timeline each month. You'll see there's another box checked down here, and it's what our general manager just shared. We did submit on Friday afternoon our application to enter the New Starts Engineering phase of the New Starts program, and this means a couple things. This means that we are demonstrating our confidence to our delegation, to policymakers within the U.S. Department of Transportation, and even the Office of Management and Budget, that we believe in this program, we believe in this design approach, and that we believe that this is our top priority, and that we're bringing so much local and state match to it. Once we make this application, our colleagues at the federal level are going to be looking at two things: schedule and budget. And I'm going to start with a quick discussion of schedule. I told you last month that we got through our risk assessment workshop, and we're given some feedback from the PMOC that they thought that our revenue service date was largely within reach. We moved it from late 2036 to early 2037, but they asked us to build a significant contingency at the end of it because of all the risks that do continue to remain with the speed of delivery. We're going to manage this project, as I've said before, to a spring 2037 delivery date, but I want to be very transparent with you The application we put in for New Starts Engineering contains this schedule. So it concludes, we're aiming for and building all of our work around 2037 opening date, and we're acknowledging the PMOC's comments about risk, adding risk reserve of almost 2 years at the end. The other thing that we talked about in our application is the slightly updated cost. And again, I told you last month that our PMOC findings were that we were largely on track with our cost estimates. I had a lot of confidence, but we did revise them slightly upward to that $12.75 billion number. And what that means is the pie chart on the right side has changed too. We're going to continue to drive towards that 49.4% federal share, and that share has gone up a little bit. The top number in the chart is now 6.3 billion, and that's what we will be asking the FTA for as part of this application and in our FFGA. Now that the engineering application is in, the FTA is engaging its financial management oversight consultant, who will be looking at our finances, working closely with me and Greg Richardson to ultimately assess our ability and our ability to not just deliver our share of the funding, but to sustain stress tests as well. All of this is driving towards the FTA's decision about hopefully giving us the FFGA in this calendar year and giving us the FFGA at the number you see there on the screen. So that's what the application we submitted this last week is about. It's about putting into place the numbers that I was starting to share with you last month about the FTA's feedback to us. Meanwhile, the work of the project continues to go on. There's a lot of important engineering, design, finalization. Thank you so much for your vote to support our contract management services, our construction management services contract earlier in this meeting. Other things happening. We are working closely with Kiewit Shea Trailer, the tunneling and trackway contractor, to optimize and continue to look for every possible opportunity to not just manage cost risk, but to reduce costs on this program. It is never too late to be trying to save money, even as we go through the engineering process. We're preparing the program financial plan. That'll be a major item at the April board workshop. We'll be walking you through in much more detail than I showed in the previous slides, the sources, the uses, how this impacts some of our historic sales tax commitments and revenue buckets, how we will fare with respect to the FTA's stress test, and just let you know in as transparent a way possible where we are in terms of funding. As I said, we'll be engaging with an FTA consultant on that topic as well, and all of this is to support our preparation of the full funding grant agreement this summer. That is my update on what we've been up to this month on the BART project, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. I'm first going to see if there are any comments from the public, and I'll start in person with Jerry Grace. Jerry, did you want to speak on this item, or did I get it confused? No?
Cindy, I did not know that would pop up that quick. I thought it would be end of the meeting, but not in this time. But it's okay. Fine. I'm gonna do it both. I'm gonna do the last one at end of the meeting. Plaza, whatever it was, the
public comment?
Yeah, I'm gonna do the last one too. But other hand, got me up here. I got an email about the workshop, and I don't mind. I want to be there at the workshop. But one question I asked, I did not know. What I'm seeing, they say the 12th. They changed it to the 26th, but it's 9 a.m. in the morning. But I don't know all day. They put up to noon. I don't know all that stuff because I saw that in my email. That's fine. I don't mind come to the workshop. I don't know where they will be. Maybe here, maybe at your office, and the BTA office. I don't know where. That's what it is about.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Chair, we have one hand raised over Zoom. Blair, please accept the unmute and begin speaking whenever you're ready.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Thanks for the meeting today. Thanks for the continued use of Zoom. I'm interested in this issue in how you're talking about funding of the project. We've been talking about this funding issues since 2018 and 19 and 2020 with Roland LeBron, who has a very strong voice on the subject matter. There was also a back in 2020, guiding light to kind of help the funding issues along, and there would be a difficult bridge to cross. Good luck in how you're trying to bridge that issue right now. I'm still in favor of working for the BART Underground to go under St. John Street, and that would save a lot of economy and effort of people, and not take a lot of stress away. Good luck with that, and good luck with considering the sports arena as a possible transit location hub. Thank you.
Chair, there are no more hands raised.
Thank you, Puneet. I'm going to see if there are any questions from my colleagues. I'm going to start on this side and see if there are any questions about the report. To my right, seeing none. I'm going to now go to my left, and I'm going to Supervisor Lee. Otto?
I'll keep this quick. First of all, thank you, staff, for the update. Seeing these green check marks is certainly nice to see that we're making these timeline. The year 2037 gives me chills because I'll be 70 years old. Just to put things in perspective. The one question I really have is regarding this funding from the federal, the 6.296 billion that we're getting. How firm is this funding? In other words, if we have a less favorable federal administration down the road, would this be yanked? Or could this be yanked?
So what we're looking for is what the federal government calls a full funding grant agreement. And so once we lock in that number, while there are always risks with the way in which future administrations allocate the money year by year, and that can impact project cash flow, I think I'm going to quote Peter Rogoff, a consultant you've heard speak to us before. The federal government has never failed to meet its obligation under an FFGA, even though sometimes the cash flow year by year can be rocky.
Okay. That's somewhat hopeful. Thank you.
Well, I mean, I think what that means is that all of us, are going to have to put a lot of effort into making sure that this full funding grant agreement goes forward, and that we're doubling down on honestly, on our commitment to the project and doing it in a way that's clear and vocal. And I think that's the maybe more direct version of what you were just saying. Okay, Matt?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just really quickly, and I don't want to miss the forest for the trees here, but I do just feel compelled to note, and Tom, we've talked about this, that San Jose continues to have some concerns about some of the station design elements. I know we're working together on that. Some of the back of house placement we still need to work on. Anyway, we'll have a letter coming to you that outlines that. I know you have a community meeting coming up. I just, so that no one on this board is surprised, want to just express that we continue to have some lingering concerns over a few of the station design elements, and we will get you a letter with that very clearly outlined.
Thanks.
Otherwise, thank you for the report.
And we will work very quickly to address those. We want the city to be satisfied and feel great about this project. So, yes.
All right, then I will let it go. Seeing no other comments, let me just thank you for the updated report, and really appreciate the work and know that there's much to be done still. So thank you. All right, so we're going to move on then to item 8, and this is items of concern and referral, and I'm going to turn to Omar.
Yes, I know we've had a super long meeting, so I've hoped that my colleagues have read the referral that I submitted with Chair Chavez and board members Deb Davis, Pam Foley, and Vice Chair Lopez, just reaffirming VTA's commitment in making sure that we do not hire any contractors with wage theft. And so moving forward with all these mega projects that we have. So yeah, thank you.
So with that, Otto?
Yeah, actually, just want to mention that last week I had a chance to actually visit the single bore tunnel design in Barcelona, line number 9, and rode the train for about an hour or so and back just to see how it felt. And then certainly I would say It was a very positive experience all in all. I have some pictures and videos happy to share, and I would forward to staff, and you could share with fellow board members or even the public if they would like to see it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Announcements?
On items of concern?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know if I was going to do announcements, but
We're going to go right to those right now? Announcements, all right.
thank you. I just wanted to thank VTA staff. We had a meeting last week in Mountain View regarding light rail noise. There's a neighborhood, a TOD, along the light rail line, and there's been some changes to the bells and horns, and so the neighborhood has been concerned about the increase in the sounds they are hearing. So we had, I believe, 7 VTA staff, including Mr. Derek Calhoun, come, and it was a difficult meeting, I will admit, but they handled the crowd really well and answered the questions, and I think it ended up being constructive, and the residents were thankful on the whole. So I just wanted to say thank you to our staff. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. And any other announcements? We do not go to public comment now because we did not run out of time earlier today. And let me just say, colleagues, we have a 2-hour closed session. So one of the reasons I was trying to move us along was that. And I'm going to just say we got to hang in tight and get over to room 157. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. And we have to come back out here and report out. Thank you.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Yeah, where's the camera? No, can we get you into the camera? Yes, thank you.
We can come right here to the corner, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm calling the meeting back to order, and we are reconvening after closed session, and I'm going to turn to Evelyn to report out on closed session, and then I'll report out on my piece.
Thank you, Chair. There were no reportable actions taken by this board for 9.1A through 9.1C. Chair?
And for 9.1D, there is no reportable action. Thank you all. We are adjourned.
Right.